Hello all, and welcome back to Relax Survival. I thought I'd just enjoy the view this morning. It's such a lovely day out here, and we've managed to get so much work done on our base here. It's just so nice to actually be able to be out in amongst the breeze and in nature, and just kind of celebrate everything it is for what it is. What the, what, whoa, whoa, what the? That can't be. Oh my god. What the heck? Oh, jeez. That can't be good. What the heck is that? I just wanted to have a nice calm day. Now, this? I mean, really, I don't understand what the heck is going on here. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it just doesn't make it. Right now, this stream is currently experiencing technical issues. We appreciate your patience and hope you'll stick around. We hope to have these issues resolved soon. Please stand by. Hey guys. I kind of forgot to switch off of the PvP hosting profile over to the other profile that I normally use for streaming. Which means that for about the last 10, 20, 30 minutes, I've been streaming to no one and wondering why it was so incredibly quiet. So, ironically, that was a very well-timed intro as far as, what's going on. Unfortunately, you kind of joined me a little bit already in progress. And now I get to talk about everything all over again that I just did, so hopefully I'll be better this time explaining it. Yeah. So that happened. I was expecting a package, and, certainly these are the folks who were apparently supposed to deliver it. I can't say I really appreciate the service that they gave me, because not only did I not get my package, because there's nothing on this thing, but it also crashed right next to my base. Look at this. This nice, pristine hillside, completely ruined, and the lake bed. The lake bed itself. Now it's divoted and dinged on this side. I don't have voxel tools to put that back. That just pisses me off. But no, we're gonna get over that. We're gonna stay nice and chill. Everything's gonna be good. We're gonna be all happy now. Everything's good. We can work with this. This is supplies I can work with, certainly. And what I've decided to do is try to take advantage of some of those supplies. I'm building myself a little replacement vehicle out here because I would like to have Bob on the system. And because I'm kind of realizing that as I'm building the base here, I'm going to need to be able to bring Bob a little further in, and I don't want to have to run a whole network of Bobs inside or outside, because I don't need to be able to build everywhere around the base. So what I'm trying to do is get a little bit of a setup going here that will let me wheel a couple of Bobs and some storage out here and let that work on this ship without necessarily tying up the the roving refinery that I've got there, especially because I don't want to lose that if anything happens. Good news is I've got plenty of other things on here that I can certainly use. We've hopefully got a couple of thrusters that are still intact. Be very careful about how I'm doing this, because the last thing I want to do is have this thing phase through the planet. A lot of scrap out of this. Actually, this thruster might be intact, is it? Ah, beautiful. So I've got some thruster components now to actually go up into orbit with when I decide to venture out there. And, well, apparently I'm going to have to venture out there at some point because something brought this down, and this is not crash damage. I mean, when you look at something like this, it didn't land... The ship didn't land on this side. It landed over on this side of the ship. That's why this whole engine assembly is just gone over here. So something shot this thing up pretty good from this side. It's a lot of damage, but a lot of intact parts. And like I said, the other nice thing is it's got... I mean, I don't have any in my delivery in here, but... You know, I was kind of hoping for that nice little easel and some watercolor paints that I'd ordered, but it does have an intact jump drive. Can you say parts bonanza? That's really good to see. In fact, there's 2 jump drives on this thing, so one's here. This one's definitely been around the block a few times, and maybe that's what actually took it out. Was just a little unfortunate encounter with someone, I have to guess. I don't know who, because, I mean, this is a relatively calm and peaceful planet, and I've not been interrupted the whole time I've been out here. Look at all this scrap out here. And I would love to know, Keen, why you made scrap metal so annoyingly big and lumbersome to carry around, because it's annoying. Anyways, that's kind of what's gone on behind the, behind the camera while I thought I was streaming, but wasn't. I got a lot of cleanup to do with this, and definitely I'm going to need the Bobs to give me a hand here, but I definitely want to get this stuff before it despawns. Because who knows when I'm going to get a chance to pick up all this pre-scrap metal. I could really kind of turn this into a bit of a couple of I-beams and some chains or something, and I could kind of make a bit of a wind sculpture out of it almost. You know, just to have something that it's doing it. Ooh, I got some uranium out of that. That's good. Lot of scrap. Lots of scrap. Use the hole to start... the Amazon bonus package has arrived. Yeah, that's... I wouldn't mind this being an Amazon bonus package if it actually had the package on it. I wanted to do some watercolor paints out here. It's so calm and peaceful. Now my peaceful landscape has been completely ruined by this crashing a giant hole into it. Oh, boy. Yep. Use the hole to start a new entrance to the base. I could, but I don't really want to be digging around too much underground because the voxels are going to cause some problems if I keep deforming them extensively. And believe me, I would definitely be deforming them extensively because I've proven once I start going underground and building things, I generally don't stop. Large steel tubes. Large steel tubes. You need all of that. Ooh, holy moly. Look at that. That's a nice haul of uranium right there. That actually makes it worth it. That's one less thing I have to mine up. But for large steel tubes, I can... You're going to be smalls. Oh, I want to get these wheels done, unfortunately. And I might just have to settle for a little bit of a static location here. Downside is I did check the wreckage over, and it doesn't look like there were any survivors. I mean, all the cryo pods that are left on board, they're completely empty. So I don't know if there is a delivery man on here, what happened to him. I kind of suspect nothing good because the bridge of the ship, as near as I can tell from what's left, is right here. I'm standing in what's left of it. So it definitely took quite a bit of a beating, unfortunately. Guess I might as well just use the resources I've got and get the Bob up and let Bob actually finish off the wheels on that. So, Bobo, would you like to come out and play? How much uranium is in those reactors? I suspect quite a bit. I really doubt that this is a... actually, let's position you right here because I don't have anything connecting you guys up. There we go. And the funny thing is, if I need more parts, I'll just dip down here into the reservoir. Large steel tubes, though, that I still need. I may have to go back to base and grab those while I can. Motors and construction components. Construction components, I got tons of those. What should I drop off over here? Plenty more. So yeah, I think I'm in good shape as far as iron and you know, like you said, that won't be a problem. I'm going to be getting plenty of materials off of that. I just have to actually get them first. Might actually just grab the rover for now, pull it over there. I mean, there's still definitely going to be things that are going to be rare. I mean, yeah, I've got a little bit of a supply of platinum, but not a great supply. And obviously there's a lot of stuff that's going to be going into this, like cobalt. I absolutely need to find a source of cobalt. I have not found any mining yet, and that could be a little bit of a problem. Let's get some tubes queued up here. Good enough. This HUD mod, that's another thing I explained before I fixed the camera. This HUD mod is the circle HUD mod. It is... I just wanted to kind of do something a little slightly different than what I've been doing on, you know, in other streams and whatnot. So I decided I would give this thing a little bit of a spin. I'm kind of liking it so far. It's got its, got a little bit of its charm. Oh, you're going to do that again where you desync. Okay, that's off, that's off. Okay. At the very least, this thing is going to be able to drag itself across the ground when I get this done. Okay, that's most of the building I need to do there. So I am down to just motors and small steel tubes. Good news is I know exactly where I can get some of those. Whoop. That I was not expecting to be... Why are you a sudden hill? What explanation do you have for this, ship designer? Why is that like that? I must know now. Let's see. Oxygen. Yeah, we can grind that down. We don't need that. We're on a planet with lots of oxygen of its own. Partake of it freely, friends. Alright, so we got one up. Now I just need to give this thing some power. Well, the good news is I've got reactors here I can grind down for that and plenty of uranium on board for it. That is certainly not going to be an issue. Now, I did also add a couple of other mods while I was away here. Trying to see if I can actually think of any of them right now. So let's take a trip into the G menu here. You may notice I have the concrete tool, so I have added both concrete mods that I know of, actually. They are in here. So I've got the Benton concrete showing up here, especially the ribbed concrete blocks. Those are going to look really good in the rooms I'm thinking of. And just to help get rid of some of the stone that I've got over here. What else did I add? Interior Rama. No, I had that one before. We had all of this stuff before. Sectan signs. I've added that. I added the mech cockpit back because I still love that, even though you poke your arms out of it. You guys were talking about tunnel conveyors. Oh, yes. I added that one, and I also added... Oh, where is there? It's in here somewhere. The tunnel... merge tunnel that you can walk through. I've added that for when I eventually get the space. Where is it? Energy shields are on here now. I think I added Colt's command console. I don't believe that was in there before. And the Azimuth power mod and, well, the Azimuth complete mod pack. I don't know why I added the power mod pack independently, but apparently I did. Have to fix that. Armor blocks, armor panels, maintenance tunnels. There's the other circular one I was thinking of. So I got two of those to work with for conveyors / passages. The maintenance tunnels are actually pretty neat for that, and I've used those before in my underground base that I had out there on the game before Keen messed it up. Thank you, Keen. I gotta get much out of that, am I? I need how much to get that reactor on there? Or I could go for... I'd have to make the battery parts. Large steel, reactor, motor. Okay, so basically just offload everything I'm carrying. Find a small reactor, grind it down. Got it! So how are you guys doing tonight? Hopefully you are having an entertaining time, whatever you are doing while you're watching. Personally, I kind of like to go out and play a little SE myself when I'm watching a Space Engineer stream. And speaking of Space Engineer streams, I do have one little bit of administrivia that I have to deal with here, and that is I'm actually not going to be on the PvPvP session tomorrow. I will actually be attending the first showing of Mystery Science Theater 3000's opening tour, opening show of the tour for the 2018 season. They happen to actually be opening up in my town, and me being a big fan of it, I kind of said, nope, I have to go. I absolutely must go to that. Ooh, we got medbay over here, too. Can't really do anything with it. It's floating in midair. If I try to spawn there, I'm going to drop to my doom, but these crab pods are all empty. You don't have anyone in you. You don't have anyone in you. Hoping to find some large steel tubes in here. Does not seem to be the chance for that, though. Especially considering that these are the only reactors I know about right now. I don't remember seeing any small grids for that sort of thing. Here, let's see what we got here. No, there is a small reactor somewhere around here. It's incomplete, though. Where are you hiding? If I were building this ship, where would I have hidden a small reactor? Or I can just go for the oxygen generators. Quite a few of them on here, too. Don't really need those planet side, do I? Yeah, Entity's going to, definitely be taking charge while I'm out, and hopefully he'll be able to. I'm hoping he'll be able to do the POV for it. If not, I have asked the rest of the team. You know, if anyone's willing to stream, definitely go ahead, stand up, make yourself known to Entity or Wasted, and that will hopefully take care of having something for you guys to watch. Cooking dinner. Dinner would be incredibly nice. Oxygen. You have lots of large steel tubes. I like large steel tubes in massive quantities, even though they take forever to grab. This close to just pulling over the rover and letting it go selectively on a little bit of a repair rampage. Oh yeah, absolutely good reason, because the live show I got to see it wasn't, I don't know if it was the opening night or close to it, but the 2017 season I had the chance to actually catch the show live in Boston, and that's a bit of a haul for me, because that's about, when you start going downtown, you're talking like a 3-hour drive. But I am so glad I went, and it was very much well worth the hassle and the trip and everything. Yeah, that's a nice little hole there that you could magically walk across. Where is this extra reactor that is supposedly in this part of the ship? It's gotta be around here somewhere. I see. I think this is the more intact side of it, unfortunately, and this just opens back on that area, and nothing down here. Gyroscopes. The problem is I want the reactor components. I don't have to deal with grinding down this reactor, but I think I'm gonna have to anyways. Makes me a little nervous that there's stuff on fire under here, you know. But at least we can... Oh, wow. Plenty of fuel in that sucker. That should be more than enough reactor components. And it's got another reactor too, and it's not going anywhere. I mean, let's be honest here. This really doesn't have much of a reason to use up tons of power right now. There we go. Plenty of power. Let's get you guys configured. Pink. Pink, pink, pink. Now, it's not going to let me paint the grid pink because I don't own everything, unfortunately, but we can take care of that. Tarmac has seemed to become the red team border of choice. Everyone's a red team border of choice. It's just a case of when we decide to do it. Yeah, it is a lot of oddball stuff going on, and everyone's kind of got their own little niche and everything. Like, I'm constantly building the same thing over and over again, apparently. Let's see, pick current build color. Should take care of that. And I'm not going to worry about armor block right off the bat for grind priorities, because there's a lot of that over there. I want the goodies out of there first. That's good. That'll build itself up. Start building these guys up. I so love Bob. It is actually... It's very much a relief when I get to go back to playing on Cooperative Survival, and I've got Bob to do building and whatnot for me. I'm guessing you're complaining because there's doors on here for starters. Control Seater 2, I believe. Or did I get all you guys? Nope. That got all of you. I think you're trying to actually grab anything off of here. What do you have left that you don't want? What else is in here? I've seen these ships. I have never actually been on and or around them to know where all the little entrances and exits and doohickeys are. It's a funky thing when you're flying through this thing looking sideways. I suspect it's probably because there's the refinery on this half, I think. Where is that? Let's see, there it is. Will that let me paint it? No. I can't even paint the part that I just hacked. Keen, fix your game. What is... I've already hacked this thing down. This is mine. But sure, we'll... We'll just grab bits and pieces of everything. What are you... You're going over there. Are you telling me that this thing is ready to go? Let's see, what's left of the miner down here, too? I didn't have a chance to survey that. There's a miner that's, that they keep on these things. In case they ever wind up being out in the middle of nowhere and they need, ice. And, yeah, I think it's seen better days here. Okay, that one I can at least do. You're not even hooked up to anything and you won't let me paint you? Wow. That is seriously broken. Kind of thinking that this thing is going to have to be called the Mule. Because it's got two saddlebags on either side of it right now. That's carrying around a lot of stuff. So you're able to go after that. You're going after portions of that ship. Presumably because you've got grind neutral on. Should probably do something about that. Really shouldn't be grinding neutrals. It isn't grinding neutrals. Bob, what are you up to here? Yeah, let's also turn that down. I don't need to hear that all night. Why do you not let me do thing? You're neutral. You're offline, so you've got absolutely no power left. And you're still not letting me paint. Oh, I know what the deal is. You're going after the far blocks first. And now you're going to start going after this stuff, I think. Alright, well, I guess we'll leave Bob to his, to starter duties. Why are you complaining about... Oh, helmet. That's the one thing I don't like about... this HUD, is it's not very clear when you have the helmet on or off. You know, if you look over there, you see the symbol when I put it on. Mr. Brain does not work like that, just as Mr. Brain is also not good at the, at knowing what's going on in chat. Nah, Battle Pancake's fine, guys. I didn't build the Battle Pancake's wings to survive. I built the core to survive. The whole idea being that you don't have a... The odds of any weapon staying on long enough without building in a massively complex array of welders and parts inventory, it's not going to survive combat, honestly. So I prefer to build it in the standpoint of it needs to come back alive. And so far, it has done an exceptionally good job of that. I have no complaints about that. And as far as its combat lethality goes, well, that's what I'm working on the upgrade for. That won't be too much of a problem for much longer, I suppose. Get that. Can I get the... Maybe it's this door that doesn't like... Did that make you happy? Will you actually... Air Vent 20 and an LCD. There's two things I don't own on here, and it's ticked off at both of those. Roger that, game, because, you know, Air Vent really makes sense for something that's going to stop me from taking over a ship. Oh no, and a rogue Air Vent has appeared. Well, that, and honestly, give any of us a chance at this point now that the boarding rules have been straightened out and whatnot. I think we all certainly wouldn't have an issue with going for a little bit of a boarding attack. You're repairing that stuff, aren't you? You are genuinely trying to repair the ship. The very ship I'm trying to empty out and take apart. Oh, Bob. You poor, confused soul. Well, you know, there's only one kind of response I can come up with for this, right? If Bob's not going to work fast enough... You can only make Bob stronger. Alright, let's also get a gyro on this thing, because it's about to become a potential problem. And a flight seat, because, yeah, it needs it. Since that will make all this sort of stuff that much quicker. You, can you give me a hand there, Bob? Let's get the rest of your brothers configured. So that's those guys. Can turn them off. And get the rest of you guys. Great, if we'll get stuck. Fly mode. Cause you so fly. Honestly, Ryder, I was considering that approach for the pancake at one point. I was going to make it a stack of pancakes, literally. Actually, I could just do this method. It'll work just as well, or should, hopefully. Actually, no, wait. No, it won't. Because Keen is... nope, 313. Okay, it technically would have worked. They'll give you one spot to do precision color positions in a mod, but you can't implement that actually in the game. As crazy as it is. Grind that. Grind priority is armor block. Nope, because I can zip right through those. And sound. Turn that sucker down and turn on. And he's doing nothing. Well, one of the blocks that they did mention was an LCD, so okay. But that one's been ground. Alright. Guess we can get the... Yeah, whatever. Bob will pick it up. Where, oh where, is this rogue air vent? You still gotta tell me it's a rogue... Nope, it's not a rogue air vent. Okay, you've got everything... Let's just make sure. Yep, there's nothing hidden there. Okay. So, you should... Let me do this, Bob. Aha! At last. Bob? Bob, you're thank you. You're kind of disappointing me there for a second, Bob. I was waiting to see a whole stream of tracers shoot out from you. Oh, that's glorious. But no, I have my plans for the Battle Pancake, and one side is about build up, and yes, I am doing a little bit something different with the turrets this time around. Part of the other reason why I'm been taking so long and doing this with that ship is it's also sorely in need of being refit to eliminate some conveyor junctions, because obviously there's quite a few of those around. So you can tell me every single air vent. Good grief. Really, Keen? Okay, no, it's not Keen's fault it's like this. This is very much the build and repair mod. And I'm not going to go grouse about the build and repair mod because it's the build and repair mod. I can't say anything bad about it because it works most of the... about 99% of the time. Yeah, that's a long drop. Long drop. Very long drop through that. Thanks, game. I really wanted to be catapulted straight out the side of the ship like that. Not a problem. Nope, not a issue whatsoever. Okay, that took your power down. That made you mine, so I can shut you down. Oh, good grief. There's so many freaking air vents on this thing. Look at this, guys. All the gyroscopes I've got to grind on this thing. Ah. This is going to take a while. A long while. So I think I'm actually going to back out and let... Actually, what I could do is get rid of some parts this way. Tiny amount of them, but... Let's get back to base building, because that's not going to take it too long to finish this up. And maybe I can... Wheels. There's something I have to do before I go, which is get some wheels on this thing. And the best way to do that is... Done. So incredibly easy to do that. Perfect. Okay. Now you're on your own there. And let's just put your parking brake on. So you don't go rolling away anywhere. Actually, I might as well just sit here for a second and move this thing up as soon as it's done, because it just about is. I have to remember these are not set up properly for what I am asking it to do, so very cautiously move around. you actually trying to repair this ship? Bob, 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 Bob. Stop, stop, stop. There's no way that you can... grind enemy blocks, grind owned blocks, neutral blocks. Well, this should technically take care of itself, really. I guess it's going to repair it and then fix it. So, okay, Bob, you do what you do, and when you're done, I will be plenty glad to see you finish up. Oh, there we go. Now, here's the scary part about this. And, hey everyone who's joining in here. The scary part about this is the trade surplus. This is like, this is a fraction of what's sitting on the trade surplus in uncooperative, and see how fast it's tearing this thing apart. If I had the trade surplus in single player, oh my god, that would just be ungodly. Did you actually find the parts to... Oh, right, because it's taken out one of the reactors, probably, or grabbed whatever I offloaded. Alright. Either way, you're, actually, let me stop on that there. And, let's see about getting these little scraps. I can carry this much back for it, at least. Or Bob can pick it up. One of the two. Alright. Building the entrance here. Let's pick up where we left off here, because there's a lot going on. Yeah, the trade surplus just needs to get into Bob range. See, that would be kind of... That's one reason why I'm actually glad they're not in uncooperative, or not in the PvP match. Because that would just be no contest. You would just walk up to someone with a ship full of Bobs, and 5 seconds later there'd be nothing left. So when we last left off here, we were going to go ahead and work a little bit of kind of a railing. And I started off some of that over here just to give it an I-beam for the piece to sit on. And I'm going to do the same over here. Just as soon as I'm kind of happy with where I can leave off platform on the bottom. And I'm kind of thinking out to... Probably about here should be okay. It'll be a bit of a featureless wall out to there. Then I can come back and do... that and blend it into the terrain pretty well. Let's see, do I have my concrete blocks from last time? It's so nice when I actually have the ability to swap back and forth between the toolbars. Kind of thinking a bit of... And then just to give it something a little different to work with. Nope, no, 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 no. Not that. No, no. No, no, no. That. Keen and their silly block alignment stuff. Actually, that's a good point. I don't see the, okay, there it is. I was trying to figure out where they hid the T indicator, and it's in the middle of the right side of the bar there. So run that like so, and then we've got the beam out that direction. A little bit of a column to put it on, because it really shouldn't be sitting here free-floating either. Let's actually give this guy a cap 2. I mean, an I-beam can't last forever, basically. It's still got to touch the ground at some point. Go for a difficult one of those. And yes, I do, Luca, and I do read chat. And I appreciate it. Okay, so we've got that. What The HUD mod I'm using, Scalborn, is the Circle HUD mod. So this one I kind of like because I think the you know, when you see something like that O2 indicator, I think that shows up a lot better for you guys on stream than the other one. Unfortunately for me, it's actually right in front of the pop filter on my microphone. So I kind of look at it and I can't necessarily see it very quickly at a glance. Just a tiny little bit of a problem, that, but, you know, could be worse. Okay, so you're building out. I might need to... You've got very few parts in you, as I recall. And that should help it a little bit. It's actually a decent view from up here. Actually, what I should do is pop over here, turn off my light because I'm wasting power on that. Just so I don't have to see the little spinning animation there. And actually, I have a sneaky feeling this has probably been stripped out to its components already. Just the armor shell. Yep, aside from doors, it's the only thing. Doors, a couple thrusters. Not making much progress beyond that, though. I'm kind of... Oh, I probably know why. Let me guess. I can finally paint you pink? Yep. There we go. Alright, guys. I need to go AFK for just a bit, and I will be right back. Sorry about that, folks. Didn't exactly plan for that, unfortunately. I am on call, so if I do kind of disappear suddenly, then that could explain why. Unfortunately, that is part of the fun of working IT, is eventually you do have to work those times when you gotta go out and take care of something really quick, and I do try to make it pretty quick. So, yeah, that, I don't know, the Hulk is sliding, or the vehicle is sliding a little bit. That's definitely not helping. Let's deal with that real quick here. Getting dangerously close to collapsing on me here, guys. I mean, it is going to grab the interior a bit sooner, but yeah. Could you kind of maybe just back it off a little bit, nice and slow. Plus, it'll also rebalance where the far portion of it is. Nah, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it certainly would start moving the vehicle a little bit, but well, I shouldn't say that. It could always, because I mean we are talking keen here. It could always send me going through the planet, really, but yeah, I think it's going to be good. Yeah, just little bits and pieces here that I can gather up for it. Of course, I do that, and probably being underneath this thing is probably not the smartest location to be. Let's be 100% honest about that. I should probably stay out of there. I mean, just look at it. It's raining parts down all around this thing now. Amusingly, also going after armor blocks when I told it not to. That's kind of interesting. I'm gonna set a window catapulting there for whatever reason. Okay. Sure, game. You do you. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Let's see. We've got another side of this to bring out. Oh, that's right. I gave this a curve. Huh. Well, that's going to be an interesting challenge. How do I end the green side on that? I guess I could do that. That kind of gives it a bit of a... kind of a pointed edge there. What do you guys think? Oh, definitely a hard area over there. You are 100% right, Ed. That is not going to be any place where I'd want to be standing, honestly, without a mech suit. Let's really be blunt there. Anything else is probably not going to withstand the impact. Okay, so you have that. That's why I'm really looking forward to getting that thing back over here. Actually, I just realized I should check on storage on this thing. One of the reasons it could slow down is because I don't have enough storage. Oh, heck no. You've got plenty of room on you. You've got that. The uranium's feeding into the reactor already, and yeah, plenty of room on both sides. Of course, the build and repairs... Oh, that's why. The build and repairs are... Where's that option? I want to find the one that tells it to empty it as soon as it picks it up. Push components immediately. Yep. Because that will... Right now, this... You saw how it just kind of rocked back a little there, and that's because this side had probably picked up more resources than the other side. Now I'm kind of forcing the cargo containers to fill up. So it'll kind of keep everything in bob a bit more. So that side's going to fill up. It'll balance itself out nicely if I do that. Still hasn't taken out the damaged jump drive or the reactors, interestingly enough. What are you going after, silly Bob? Alright. Let's see. We've got a little bit of color coming out this way. And kind of like the idea... No, not that sucker. I don't want that one. That doesn't match up at all. Yeah, that's a dark green. Kind of want to do something like this, even though it's not going to line up right, because the blast doors are behind it. I think I'll actually kind of give it a more interesting look doing that. And then what I could do is... Oh, that's right. Now this one I'm gonna continue to bring this straight out, was what I said. Guess I can just continue with that. What is making that racket over here? You haven't gone through all of your power again, have you? You had plenty of it the last time I looked. I should still just be there. Might as well just save what power we've got in there. No sense in letting all that go to waste, but something was clanging out. You make a noise over there, ship? Probably. Nope. No, you're... Found something up in there to go after. I don't know what, but... Oh, apparently that got blasted free, so that's now... That's probably what I was hearing, was that getting chewed up. Bouncing around the inside of that ship. I sure hope FedUps is not going to come after me here looking for their ship, because I don't know what to tell them. What ship? There's no ship here. There may have been a ship, but I haven't seen it in quite a while. It's definitely not here. Nope. Won't find it here. You know, you can look all you want, but how about some cover walls just to give this a little bit of I'm gonna throw in some structural detail on the top here. You know, I don't want this to be an entirely flat setup. So kind of do that. This is a great thing about Bob, is you can kind of step back, let him build what you've just put down, and you kind of get to look as it's going in and say, is that good or not? Oh yeah, I'm sure Bob's nanites have taken care of the VIN numbers, along with every possible molecule of anything associated with the VIN numbers. It doesn't stop them from potentially trying to tag the individual atoms, but I really hope they haven't gone to that extent to track a parcel delivery truck. Which actually, that's an interesting thing. If you've ever, there's an article I was reading the other day that was talking about like UPS delivery trucks, and how come you never actually see those things like used. You never see a old UPS truck, you know, painted over to look like something completely different that's not a UPS truck anymore. And it turns out that UPS actually goes through pretty great extents and troubles that when they retire a vehicle, they make sure it doesn't exist anymore. They verify that it gets destroyed, and they do that because they don't want anyone to do anything like, you know, use it in some sort of terrorist act or a hold up or anything. And, you know, it's there purely to protect their reputation. And they're custom trucks too, keep in mind. But yeah, that's what they actually, you never actually see a used one of those around. If you've ever wondered, now you know. Silly Facts with Farrell 1701. Alright, that doesn't look too bad. And I can add a little more to that. With my favorite light in the entire world, the corner light. Because it's about the only other... It's kind of discouraging. I was looking in the workshop the other day, trying to track down, you know, some lighting mods, really. Just some additional kinds of lights. And, well, there aren't any. And it's really kind of a sad state of what the game is when all you really have are the lights from the, not Interiorama, but the, I'm trying to think of the name of the mod. It's the mod that adds things like the couches to the game. I forget which mod pack it is. Ikester's Decorations, possibly. That light is the only one that, or the only other mod I've really found for lights. There's the navigation light, which I've already got, and that's really it. And then you've got the corner lights, the interior lights, and the spotlights. Oh yeah, I'm sure like FedEx and whatnot also do the same thing to their vehicles. I mean, it's just that and anything that probably has done hazardous material work or could potentially have trace of hazardous materials in them. I'm sure a lot of companies do a lot of custom kind of not removals, demolition of their vehicles. That doesn't look too bad. I kind of like that. I might take a bit of an issue to this, if only because we don't really get to see the girder up at this end. I really shouldn't go through it like that. Come on, game. There we go. That's looking a bit better. The grid is groaning away over there as it continues to be destroyed. Let's get some attention over on this side too, because I really need to get this base up and going with actual buildings. That cluster of stuff up there really is it's not really supposed to be there anymore. It shouldn't be there anymore. It's only ever supposed to have been temporary, and it's been here for 4 episodes. Well, not that cluster. That's been there for 3 episodes, because I moved everything in the second. You guys know what I mean. I just don't want to keep all that stuff up there and out in the open, especially if another ship comes crashing down, because I'll tell you, the first thing that was running through my head as I saw it starting to come down in this direction is like, oh crap, please don't land on top of everything. I have a base. It's keeping my mouth fed. I don't want to lose it. Now, let's see. How do I want to... I was kind of debating about having a refinery run out here. Just refineries along the hillside. And... I'm kind of thinking, yeah, the refinery's out here, the storage in here. So I guess the first concern really is storage, and that's going to probably dictate a lot of the stuff I set up in here for how I'm going to align all of this stuff. I've been kind of putting that off because I've been trying to figure out a good way to make this work, and one hasn't really been coming to mind in the intervening time here. Aside from sealing up the back, because I don't really need to get into that area anymore. And I'm willing to bet I'm probably running the base pretty dry on resources right now, too. Go for a quick recharge, and let's see what we got. Oh, that's right. No, I forgot. I've got the script to keep Bob building what I need over here. Perfect. So we should be doing pretty darn good. Yep. Let's take a look at our refinery here. Oh, right. The refinery's not here. It's down there. Yeah, I definitely need to get the refinery moved off of that then. So how are we going to accomplish that? Because I could very easily just grab the drill and start drilling a hole back through here, so... Before I do that, though, I keep coming back to I need to finish up the interior storage, so... Alright. Stop putting that off, Farrell. Let's get it done. Really doesn't need to be all that big of a to-do. Let's actually go for a darker color for that. 3, 4, 5. That will give me a 3x3 opening for the cargo bay, or the cargo container, I should say. Because I'm going to start off with a standard large container to start with. Let's just clear a little bit of the edge here out. Alright, that doesn't look too bad. I'll get this edge here. Come on. Stone, go away. Go away, stone. I do not want you. And let's do a little bit more exposed in a cave. Oh yeah, I am definitely not going to be my goal is not to drill this any deeper. I definitely want to build more out in the open, and just this is sort of the protected storage, so I can see storage on one, or protected system, so storage one side and power on the other possibly, because I mean if I lose refineries out here, that's not a big deal. The big deal is I've got to have what I need to keep everything around. So I need to have the storage to rebuild it if I have to. If I had refineries but no storage, then I could have a million and one pieces of ingots out here, and I've just lost all of that, and what good is a refinery at that point? So that's my thoughts. I'm going to just build it a little more protected because, like I said, seeing that ship come down almost on top of the base is a little on the scary side. So what we can do is we can do that, and... Oh, do I want to build it out as... Yeah, I think this will work. We can do that, and then I'm thinking back through here is where we'll have cargo bay, and then one, or the cargo container, 2, 3. Will get me over to here. And that, in turn, kind of use the angled wall pieces to bracket it in a ways. Got that right? What? 1, 2, 3. Okay. You, my friend, need to awaken the sleeping monster here. Because Pam or not, and I do. The other thing I should also say is I did see the mod authors. Or I shouldn't say mod author, the scriptwriter's comments in the response to that last episode. And yet, I am absolutely not doing Pam justice at all here. This is a very, very capable script. Far more capable of what I've actually kind of put it through. And really, I do kind of encourage you guys, if you haven't already, to go check that out. And, play around with it. Because you can do quite a bit. Especially when you're building a welder capable of what you're asking it to do. And, it's a very... whew! That's what I'm remembering about the large ship drills. They do have an impressive clearing area. When you're not actually mining the stone. So I guess that is kind of still very much a thing. And something I would like to... again, I'd have to put this out there to the script author, is can this script be modified to have it use the right-click drill functionality? You're not going to tip, are you? No, you're going to sell it. Okay. That opened up a pretty decent-sized hole here. I think that'll work. Let's see. Downers went after YouTuber restored a wrecked specialty vehicle of theirs. Yeah. I mean, exactly. That's the sort of thing you've got to be careful for. Whether you're... I mean, even the Fed Up logo there is kind of stretching what's legally allowed. Because obviously it's a parody of both company logos, so... Hopefully they will not see that as a threat. Though, to be honest, Fed Up kind of logo has been a thing for quite some time. It's always been a little bit of a delivery joke. Do that, and I can curve something around the top so that dark spot will only show up inside. And the great thing about that is I can play Mr. Light and get some more lighting in here, because it's dark. Let's see, that should be... Well, even that's not giving me much. I mean, it's dark colors in here, but... Huh. Alright, well, let's take a look at something I do want to mess around with, and that is... concrete block. Granulated sand, cement, and girder. I have not had a chance to really mess around with this much, and... silicon wafer, and gravel, and That was for the granulated sand. And we still need the cement. Nope, not cement. Concrete. For granite, sand, cement, girder. Okay. That shouldn't be too much of a problem because, as you may recall, well, first off, I've got the stuff out here that's not despawning at all, which has been driving me nuts every time I go by and I see it. We can grab those and get that out of the way. But over here, we have, courtesy of Pam, quite a bit of stuff. So, lighting block mod. Okay, hang on. Let me do a quick check here. And my apologies for not having the whatchamacallit on here. The browser showing up here. Lighting. Lighting block mod. There's an SWI lighted blocks. That looks like it's kind of a combination of interior lights built into other blocks. Light block improvements, light block cruiser, light armor block. If you, I was gonna say if you happen to have a link to it, but I think the chat's probably going to block the link. There's plenty of light control scripts. I mean, that's there's. Oh, hang on, that's why I didn't select to mod. Thank you, game. TH light block, I saw that one pop up and didn't really think that was something. I mean, it's interior light full block size, so it sounds like they make it fit the entire block, which, I mean, that kind of works, but I don't know. Light block improvements, SWI light. Yeah, if you can. I don't see anything from, well, from lighting block. Let's actually. I did put that in for the search. I searched for lighting block and I didn't actually see anything come up, so. No, actually, the trick to lighting that I found, especially when it comes to lighting rooms, is what I do is I set the diameter full up, I set the brightness full up, and then I set the, what's the parameter I'm thinking of? I'm going to completely blow it because of what I'm thinking of here. So the radius is up full, the fall off is set up to quadratic fall off, and I drop the intensity quite a bit. Now, sometimes what I find is, if I want it to be a bit brighter, I do have to bump up to about 7.5, and what you're going to see is when I stick the... I have no idea if this is going to let me place it or not, because I don't have a girder in my inventory. It won't. The girder is the founding block, and let's make sure our refinery is going to actually have... Barrel, the refinery's not down up there yet. The refinery's down here, because you're trying to put the refinery in. Ah! Chicken and the egg! Chicken and the egg! Let's stick that out there. There's every possibility that, as it stands, I probably have gravel elsewhere. No, I don't. None in that inventory whatsoever. Okay, well, let's just grab some girders. I've got a couple of those, right? Yeah. And see what we can do down here. Because the thing about brain failure. The thing about the cargo containers, you're going to still see the effect of some of the blocks around and under it. So what I can do is do a little bit of a textured floor. And the nice thing about doing it this way is I'm also going to be able to... Nope, wrong rotation. Setting it this way means I've now left a hole in the middle that I'll be able to very easily determine where I'm digging and where I want to run the pipes through. Because I've got to pipe this thing up, unfortunately. And I want to run it up from the bottom. Because there's not going to be a lot of room... Certainly not a lot of room up top or out the side because, well, the hillside is right there. So I didn't want to drill too deep with this particular setup. Also going to need some interior plates. Yep, I do have some, so... Can I get you to place on or around a grid instead of just free placing here? Not really, no. Alright, I just need to run some temporary blocks at the top then. Oh yeah, I mean, to be brutally honest too about it, as far as music goes, I have had videos flagged for copyright, and the reasoning for that was the music that I used, because I needed a very long music mix, so I used something that another person had put on SoundCloud. Well, that person on SoundCloud clearly was not getting any sort of copyright strikes, obviously, and didn't have any permissions to actually use half the music he was. So suddenly I turn around and I find that I've got a half dozen copyright claims on my videos. And it's why I'm absolutely paranoid. Why when, if you guys missed it, I did last Wednesday, since I didn't have a Monday stream last time. I did another stream to make up for it on Wednesday, and then I also did a stream for, brain. Wow, my brain is just failing tonight here. I did a stream of Forza Horizon 4, because that came out, and it's a game that I pre-ordered. Didn't even realize it was coming out until it was almost too late to pre-order it. And the problem with the Forza videos is I have seen and heard of YouTubers getting copyright strikes on those before because of the music on the radios. To the point where even the music that's on the supposedly stream safe stuff, you have to kind of treat with a skeptical eye, or skeptical ear. Because it may not be 100%, because there are devious little companies out there that will claim even those. And, you know, unfortunately, that's just the way it is, and why I usually prefer, even though I've completely forgotten to do so tonight, to turn on my own music. I don't mind doing something like paying for something like copyright sound when I can actually use it myself. It's when you've got the problem of, I have a piece of music that would fit this perfectly, and you have to try to do that whole, well, it has to be a 30-second-ish sample, and you can't go over that. And like, if you watch Shaq's little funny moments, the Space Engineers video, that's primarily what he's been forced to do, is keep sound clips and music selection down to very, very short excerpts of the actual music, so he doesn't inadvertently get a copyright strike off of that. And yeah, absolutely, there are other folks out there you can do music with. Back before I found Epidemic, and was willing to kind of shell out the money to have Epidemic, there's another one. Oh, what's the word I'm thinking of here? The group. I've still got their music archived off. I mean, you've got you know, some groups that will allow music to be used freely, but in my case, here it is. CC Mixter. They have quite a bit of stuff out there that I've actually got saved off here. The problem I've got with them is it's not very easy to... I've got them. There's another one that's Holfix. He has some pretty good stuff, especially like kind of in the EDM area, if I remember right. Those two folks, the only problem I have with using them is you've got to do their Creative Commons attribution. So anytime you use it, you have to give credit for the music, which I don't have a problem with. And it's a lot easier to do that when you're doing a a video and not a stream, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd have to have a whole library file built up, and it would be more than just the now playing text, which is not showing up on the screen for whatever reason. There we go. It'd be a heck of a lot more than just that. I'd have to program in a whole slew of just kind of play through and lists and everything, and it would just... Ooh, that's definitely not going to work. I'll go for the lighter gray just to give it a bit more touch. Right on top of the hole. Perfect. It'd just be really hard to pull it off. There's not a lot of the stuff for doing and now playing that doesn't cost quite a bit of kit and only works with, the big stuff like, Spotify and whatnot. I don't really tend to, A, don't really use those services, and B, even more nervous about that because, well, just because it's on Spotify doesn't mean it's necessarily legal for me to run on a stream, so yeah, that should work pretty nicely. And then he said, I can add one more thing to really spice it up. And that is going to be... I think I can use... No, that's not the right catwalk. Since I can't really walk on the OH catwalks, for whatever reason, if they're acting up, I can always grab the flat and apply like so. And that will fill in eventually. Hey, I've got a cargo container I can actually fill up now. And then what I can do is if I want to extend this, well, that's not that big of a deal. I do another one of these little column jobs here, because I'll kind of keep this as the outer border of the bay. I'll do a column here and repeat this column here. And then I can separate into another bay over here and kind of continue that whole process going down until I've actually got, enough storage for what I need. Which I shouldn't really need more than 4 or 5 at most. The other thing I could also still do is actually build stuff on top, but, probably not, because I'm about ready to fill up some of this stuff. And then what we'll do is... Oh, do I really want to do that? That would give it a staggered column look. That will keep it kind of within the realm of that being... No. You do not go. It's the great thing about playing on single player is you can actually beat Bob to the punch sometimes. Multiplayer? No, forget it. Which I do have to apologize for the last few... probably the last few weeks on my channel is the quality has been... bleh, and that is because I found out the other day that, well, apparently my ISP was having some sort of issue, and it wasn't until I completely rebooted my entire network setup here at home that I finally found out that, oh yeah, things are pretty bad, and got a better idea of the scale of it, to the point where I was getting about maybe a third of the bandwidth I normally get, which, to say the least, was not sufficient for streaming. Okay, no, I gotta make one change to these catwalks here. That needs to be dark. I want that to look like it's chained up behind something, basically. It's there to keep it from moving around. Yep, so we got that. Let's turn off. So yeah, see what I mean? You can see just enough of the textured concrete here for it to make a different look and feel to it, and with the grid work there, I think that looks pretty darn good. And it makes it pretty easy to spot when you're coming into the base. Now, how well this is showing up on YouTube, of course, as always. But, I can kind of do one thing to make this a little better, I believe. Let me try going in and getting a filter on this, and hope I don't completely mess this up. Let's do color correction, and that should give you guys a little better understanding of what I'm looking at on my monitor versus what the stream is probably showing for lightness. In fact, I'm waiting for the stream to actually reflect it here just to make sure that is indeed the case. Oh yeah. Yep, now the stream is matching what I'm seeing and on the right here. It's not stupid American infrastructure. It could just be something went wrong after the last time the power went out and the cable modem just didn't come back up right. I mean, if there's anything that's stupid infrastructure, it's not necessarily American. It's just stupid. Oh, it goes out, it gets released for hardware, and then we don't do anything to fix it, upgrade it, or improve it, even though it's got the capabilities baked right into the firmware. Looking at you, wireless router manufacturers. Okay, that almost works, but needs something more up here. And I'm kind of thinking I could put a spotlight up here. It might be a little too much light, and I hate to use the spotlights too aggressively because you run into problems. You're not going to let me place a spotlight there because I'm probably out of steel plate, aren't I? No, I am. I have plenty of steel plate. That's... Oh, that's why, because I messed up when I put that block there. Roger. Let's get you back to the green. And let's try that. It's probably going to be a bit overkill. I mean, it'll look good from the standpoint that it's gonna cast shadows on the walkway here. I have to wait for that to finish welding up that block to really get a good idea for it. Yeah, at the very least, it's going to be much better for my ping with PvP because 600 millisecond ping is not good on Space Engineers, and not good when you've got sim speed to fight with on top of that. I just... Alright, I gotta ask you guys then. Chat, what do you guys think of that? Is that too much light for over there? I mean, I can certainly... It's on default settings right now, so I can certainly play around with it, turn it down a little bit, play around with some of the intensity on it, perhaps, but I don't know. James, if the Kronos is the big nasty thing that they brought out, I'm not going to say something silly like, oh, I shit my pants. The reality of it is, frankly, I got a bit better of a look at it because I'm in spectator camera filming the fight scenes versus what it would look like if I'm out on the ground. So I'd rather not comment on that, knowing that there are members of my team around, because there are some observations I did make, and this is not from, like, deliberately going out and doing it, but the simple fact of the matter is that just panning the camera around, you get closer to certain ships that you really would not get close to in the game very easily. So I'm kind of holding back my anything that I want to say about that, but I will say to the point that it definitely does look like an impressive ship from the distance. Let's see, let's put some more structural reinforcement there. I'm not going to put that little piece in the corner. Need to figure out what to do with the ceiling in this section too, because it's going to look a little weird. Yeah, that's the problem I have with... I'm agreeing with you there, Frosty. I don't really like the... If I could get that kind of look without the cone, that wouldn't be quite so bad. I mean, it's one of those things, you get something that you want, but you don't want. Offset's not going to do me much good anyways. I mean, offset really isn't going to do anything but tuck it back into the model more. So let's turn the intensity down and just give it like a 0.5. That's not too bad. I think we're going in the right direction there. So let's bring it down. I can't bring it down. Darn you, game. Keen! try shortening the radius a little bit. Yeah, that'll shorten up the cone if you drop the radius down. So the radius and intensity... That's kind of not too bad. Grid under the... I like the idea of a grid under the spotlight, but here's the problem. When you start getting too many grids in the scene, it becomes a bit of a problem. And let me see if I can actually find... Well, you guys kind of look that over and decide what you think. I'm going to see if I can find a screenshot. I don't know if I've actually got one here. Way back. It used to be they do pretty good, but then they added the slats on the lights themselves, and it's causing more problems than it was really worth at that point. Used to be able to get a really good... Do I have a screenshot of that? Where is it? So many screenshots, so little time. Come here. I'm not kidding you. I've got the better part of 103 sitting in the folder right now. And they're all over the place and not really sorted out by any particular means. Okay, yep, I've got it. Let me put up on the display here that. And this I know is not going to be looking very good on YouTube at all because, again, it's not color corrected. So let me put that into place. Kind of get that to where it needs to be. There we go. That should look a bit better. That is the underground base that I'm working on currently, with the main hangar for it. And here's the thing. If you go look at this section here, you can kind of see the outline of the catwalks here between the support column and the little catwalk support. You can see that same grid here. You can't see it here, 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 down here, or even closer to the camera up here or here. So Keen's doing some funky stuff when it comes to optimizing the lighting in the game, and unfortunately it makes it very hard to be able to reliably count on getting an accurate shadow off of anything placed immediately over or even near the spotlight. And this has been making getting this setup done pretty difficult because you, especially also the other thing you have to keep in mind is spotlights, you can only have so many of them before things go really wonky. And then you start having those cases where you're scrolling, you're zooming in and out of an area and the lighting just doesn't look good at all. Because you'll see pieces of the lighting turn on, they turn off. I mean, this one doesn't really illustrate it. Where's a good one here? Trying to find screenshots, and because of all the times I've had to rebuild this computer now because of the M2 drive fiasco, it is an absolute mess. And I've got stuff tucked everywhere because I was frantically trying to rescue everything I could before I would lose the drive. Screenshots. You are older, but possibly the one I'm looking for. Yes, no, maybe, pass. Oh, where is it? I've got a good illustration of this. Okay, yeah, actually, here we go. This one. This was what the entrance to my underground, my old underground facility used to look like. I will not tell you the gymnastics I had to go through to get this shot to actually work. If I shifted a little bit to the left, this spotlight would shut off. It would not be visible anymore. If I shifted a little bit to the right, I might lose some of the spotlights in the back corner here. If I moved up a little bit, I might lose some of the lighting in the background grid here. If I moved down, tilted down a little bit, I'd lose some of the accent lighting that's over here. And I really wish I'd been able to get a better shot of this, because this whole thing was lit up to look like a conveyor of, like, hazardous goo passing along underneath the catwalk there. And it was lit up into the bright, brilliant blue, and it looked absolutely amazing because of how I did it. But it is so annoyingly difficult. Yeah, and yet, more agreeables to this? Hell no. This doesn't exist anymore. This entire entryway grid got yanked out of the game because the game will no longer put it in. Well, it's still in the sandbox file as far as I can tell. I can even go back to backups of this world from half a year ago, and the grid will just disappear. So that's why I had to move on to doing the other underground facility now on a brand new world, and why I'm doing this, so I can kind of get a little more creative building, a little more survival building, I should say, out of the blood. But yeah, getting effects like this to work in Space Engineers is incredibly painful. And I will be 100%, honest up front. Keen's doing this stuff to optimize it, to keep the game running smoothly when you've got this many lights in here. This is ridiculous, and it got worse as I went on because I have lights going out this way in the ceiling and lights over this way, and I was trying to light up the whole area better, and it just doesn't work very well, unfortunately. But that's a demonstration of just how you can pull it off, but it's very, very difficult. Like, here we go. This is the next one in that sequence that I took from further back, and you can see already I can't see the lights over here where the residences were. I can't see the lights where the background grid there was. There's colored lighting that's supposed to be between here and that, and you can't even see any sign of it there. That's what happens when you go overboard with Keen's lighting rig. Very much overboard. Holy God, is it overboard. And not only that, but this is all voxel edited terrain too. So this was like a double slap in the face to Keen. And the just what you can expect out of the engine realistically. That's why I don't want to go really over, ham on the spotlights here, because it has every potential possibility to completely screw over the game. And not through any fault of what I would claim as Keen's. There's only so much you can do with those kinds of lights and still have a scene render in a decent time frame. Just making sure I don't have any other good examples. Actually, that was another one. That's a side shot of the living area. And like even here, the lighting that's on this wall, you can't see any of it. There's spotlights that are up in the ceiling that we're doing cast lighting on the doors here. And you can't see them because there's this many corner lights and this many interior lights, and the spotlights up in the ceiling just beyond here were enough to kill it. And that's what I can do when I'm in creative mode. But we're back here in survival mode, and I'm kind of happy with that reduced radius on the spotlight. It definitely helps to soften up the blow a little bit. It's not a brilliant light, but still there at least. It's casting something on the floor, and it says, hey, there's something over here. There's a reason to come over here and look. I needed some blast doors in there too. Let's kind of finish fleshing out this side before I forget about it. I should also go over and take a look at the ship here, because I imagine it's gotta be done right about now. Can't be anything left. Yep. Just some scrap pieces of metal here and there. I think we could quickly take care of that. And that is how you eat a constitution in less than a half an hour. Painter pink. I think there were some other pieces that were... Where were they? I know there's other bits and pieces all around here. Windows and Oddball blocks. I think I got everything out of these two craters when I was up here last time. Yeah, I'd say so. Alright. Well, that's the damage. Quite a bit. Not to mention... Wow. We're carrying a lot on this thing. Look at the suspension on this. It is tapped. We've got the wheel all the way up. How much do you weigh right now, my friend? Tiny little large grid. And it weighs about the same as an entire thug boat right now. With a couple extra add-on modules. I may want to actually give the steering a bit more strength, or the suspension, just to get up off the ground. Alright, let's see. There's bits and pieces up in the hills here. I know there's a hole in front of me. Yeah, we'll just let it rest there. That should be able to reach everything from around here, right? Saw a bunch of stuff fly out. Yep, Bob's got it already. As soon as I can think it, it's gone. That is a lot of, how full are the Bobs right now, actually? Whew. It's like 50,000 scrap alone. Oh, and I can tell that Keen has now glitched out my sound, and I'm going to hear nothing but rolling tires for the rest of the night. A lot of oddball stuff that the game likes to get hung up on. I'm realizing that I might have one problem here. I probably can't actually get this onto the base ramp proper. At least not without taking out that interior wall. Come on. Oh, come on, vehicle. What the heck are you blasting that thing apart like that for? Really? You're just gonna sit here and rock back and forth on it while you tear it apart because you're stuck. Fine, fine, fine. I will... Let's see, you're 5 wide, and you're definitely more than 5 wide. Oh boy. Shoulda, could have made the hangar a little bigger, perhaps. You know, just saying is all. Probably would have helped out quite a bit. Just a slight problem, you know. Easy enough to fix. Just have to do this properly instead of using the brute force method. By which I mean, ramp the heck out of it. Because after all, these guys are pointing on the other side of the entire setup there. There you go. Come on, Bob. Get me up there. Why am I asking Bob to get me up there? Bob can't do that. I'm going to hit that reactor at some point, and things are going to get interesting. You just do not want to get me on top of that piece, or you can't get me there. Wheels, power. When in doubt, add power and friction. So I can get you back on that part. Wow, I actually managed to take out a piece of the ramp. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get that any closer. Not unless I really do want to wreck everything here. Probably could take down this little bit through here. That might give me a little bit extra to get up in there. But yeah, I'm kind of as far as I can get anyways. Door's almost there. Alright. Need to invent a way to offload this thing now, or make it so I can pick it up somehow. I will make this go in. You know I will make this go in some way, guys, and I'm not enamored with the idea of trying to make this thing fly, but I could. I mean, really, a hover would take care of it, but it'd be awfully close. And the second I put a hover on this thing, it is going to go bouncing. I need the back end to hover, so yeah. Let's I mean, come on, really, what's the worst that could happen here? Whatever you do, don't answer that. You're not gonna let me build? Buildy, buildy, buildy? You're gonna say that block is now in the way. That block's not in the way. Okay. Between that, and that, can I get momentum going here? Oh man, I am just punching through the ground to do this, but let me guess, I'm hitting the... No, I'm not hitting the bobs on anything. I'm just punching right through the armor. The wheels literally cannot handle the suspension. Atmo, I need you off. You are bouncing around ominously here. Slowly increase that suspension strength to eliminate the bounce. Give the wheels maximum friction. Close enough. It's in. It's in. We're good. Kind of. I need to get this to drain into something. So close, yet so far. It worked, Strith. It got me in there. I mean, it cost me a bunch of light armor to get it in, but it worked. I mean, that's not that hard to replace, you know? Okay, bada bing, bada boom, we're good. Good as new, right? Well, aside from the missing tooth in the ramp and these pieces here, and it's close. Nah, I really do need to figure out something and fast before that becomes an issue. I should. No. If I touch that thing, I know what is going to happen to it. Yep, we're almost out of hydrogen. See, that's what I like about that one. It lets you know when you, in no uncertain terms, in the middle of the screen when you're about to run out. Yeah, I can take the thruster and the wheels off that side. That should lower it down more than enough. O2 generator. There's 4 bottles of hydrogen I've blasted through tonight, but I have not fallen to my death. Put a bomb on the container. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point. I could do that very easily. But I like this idea of an engineering challenge. But you know, this is probably going to end in a disaster if I'm thinking of it like this, but no. We want to solve this the proper way here. If I can. If the game will let me position the grids I need where they need to be. Because let's face it, I've got infinite parts to put this together. Alright, so if we do that and drop it down more than that. I mean, come on, if Splitsy can deal with doing all sorts of stuff while he's got Capac around, making life absolutely crazy, then I should be able to handle myself with the simple little engineering challenge of connecting things from one point to another, right? This can't be that hard. Look at it, I've already got them within a pretty close proximity, and I haven't even had to use the rotor to do it yet. Let's see. Do I want to raise the platform then? And the answer for that now should be a bit simpler. Give me a small hover engine military. And somewhere where I can actually fit this thing. You don't need that atmospheric thruster anymore, do you? Thanks. Let's get the other hover engine. Because that one's got the shielding. That will work a lot better. Alright, so we got a hover engine. And to make this work properly, I'm going to need to remove that wheel. And that'll give me some mount points for thrusters. We need a backwards, a right side, a left side, and a forward. There we go. That gives me all of my cardinal directions. I'm not worrying about up because I can manage that through the whatchamacallit, the hover. Let's make sure we're not... Yeah, we're kind of in a wonky spot because of the wheels. It's time for the wheels on the bus to no longer go round and around. Yar. Dread pirate poetry? I don't know. Let's grind you off. We'll grind you off. I was gonna say, why are you guys taking forever on this? Notice it's not going up in the air very much, but, you know, one hover, it does not a flying vehicle make, especially this heavy, so understandable. I might need to also put on some additional power. There we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Oh, you give me... Yeah, okay, now I can actually do this properly. We don't need any of this rigmarole now. Don't need a complicated engineering solution for this. Now I just need a traditional setup. And for this thing to hold still. Okay, gyro. That's the problem now. Okay, that's more like it. still wants to list crazily to that one side. Bob, can you take care of that one for me? Oh, right, and hovers. All should be set to expert. That'll steady right out. I do have well, yeah. To be honest, what Splitsy's using in his series just blows my mind half the time. How he's not had absolutely massive, epic levels of complete and utter clangitude. And he has locked out more than a few times from what I can see. What I've seen watching the series. There we go. This should, if I can get close enough. May have to derp it in. There we go. Okay. Everything off of Bob. Everything must go. Large car container and grab the small ones here. Oh, hey! This bug's back! Oh, God. Well, now I know what's causing this bug, because I don't have Izzy running on here. And that definitely has to be some sort of Bob bug. Where you get that, oh, estimated amount of stuff. Almost like it decided to somehow magically split. Yeah, it did it in a fraction, because now I've dragged that over, it fixed it. Oh, good grief, Bob. Bob, you kill me. You're not connected in somehow. Interesting. Oh, right, because you're the car container up top. Okay, so we've emptied you out. Let's go for our build and repair systems. You're on... you're at the base, okay. So build and repairs, those are all emptied. So everything here is empty now, except for that. Okay, perfect. Senior Bob, I need you to do me one more favor. Because I don't really need this many Bobs running right now. I got my salvage out of the way. We're good. Okay, now. Now I can think about trying to get a connector set up here. That's gonna be fun. Fortunately, I have a way to get down here. Beautiful. Okay. I need where I'm going to run the refineries. And what I'm going to do, help me out a little bit with that, is some GPS coordinates here. So this is cargo. So I'll be able to see that from outside and figure out, so I don't need any fancy projectors and guidance blocks and how to get over there. I just need to know where that cargo hotspot is. And because these are all the same grids, I just need to then figure out... Perfect. It's right off of this grid. So this is the grid I would have to then build the refinery row off of. So what we're going to do is take all this back out. Should probably take it a while because, well, it's not going to exactly be high priority. What do I have on board for one interior plate? Well, that's not going to be enough. Oh, look at that. That was nice and quick, even considering I had no Bobs running it over there. It's not a bad haul off that ship. Pretty good amount of stuff. Plenty of reactors, superconductor conduits. definitely be able to put a decent reactor in this base now. As YouTube started counting stream times in minutes instead of hours. It's been on for 112 minutes. Okay. Which is more interesting because I've actually been... No, actually, when you said that, yeah, that would be about right. I'm about a minute 55 in right now. Alright, let's see. We can drop. That's where the cargo is, and that's... Keen, if you're going to give us a nav ball, can you actually make it useful when you're in the suit? The trick is, I'm trying to figure out if I am about where I need to be to go straight across, but I need a point of reference for it. So, let's put... Do I have a block for that in here? I darn well better. An evil conveyor block. So that will give me something to line up with there, and that doesn't look right. Are you... Yeah, it kind of looks like it's in between blocks when I get down to here. That may be because of the way I'm having to line up off of this grid. So, from here, I'm roughly right. Because that's about the same level and or down. Well, tell you what, let's do this. Let's kind of verify it from the other end. So from here, GPS it. Call that our egress point. Oh, I tore up the inside of this place pretty badly, putting that, whatchamacallit in there, didn't I? Getting the hover machine in. Okay, so the egress point is here. Now try to maintain a positive attitude. And I don't mean by having happy thoughts. There we go. Okay. It's surprisingly hard to actually drill a actual straight line underground, and rather annoying at that. But I think we're going to do it pretty decently. We'll just borrow a little bit of a splitsies technique here and just do it one section at a time. Then, to be honest, don't get me wrong, I am not ragging on Splitsy at all. I mean, the stuff he's doing with the solar tram of his is really... It's a whole new level of insane, and at the same time, a well thought out insane, and well implemented. Hey, there we go, right there. Perfect. Bob! You're not supposed to do that, Bob. Nope. Whatever it is, he's done it. Can't fault him for that. He's just doing what he was told. Grind down neutral grids. Alright, yeah, I think we drag this along, and we should be good. And just straight on back through. Should be almost at the end. Admittedly, I also do like the tube network that he uses for... Actually, that's what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing this all wrong. I'm sorry, guys. I'm adding mods for a reason. Let's actually use these things, huh? And at the same time, also prove that I can actually get through here. Thank you for realizing that grid has been disconnected from the main grid and falling. That one fell, this one has not. Oh, Bob. Oh, game. Space engineers, you so silly. Gonna use a proper tubing system here. just as soon as it lets me get to it. Alright, tube. So I think this is the one that they were using on Shaq's Chill Sunday stream. So I think I actually do want to just use the maintenance tunnels if I can. I mean, I'm pretty sure these do work still as whatchamacallit, so... Maintenance tunnel. Alright. These are pretty cool because they're actually big enough that you can go walking around on the inside of them. They're actually accessible and meant to sort of be used for that sort of purpose. And they're nice because they've also got blocky versions available and built into it, so you can actually properly tuck it away onto various bits of structure. In this case, here's a neat little three-way corner that I could actually work with here, but I'm going to stick with T-shaped tunnel, and because I do eventually see this extending off in that direction, obviously, to more things. A little tricky to build with sometimes, but it does work. And it's tunnel. Back to you. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more clearing of the terrain, because obviously this is gonna look pretty awkward from the inside. There we go. And the neat thing is these tunnels don't have to be sealed up either to work as conveyor tubes. There's a ship design that I did once that would have used these kind of extensively in the cargo network as kind of a smuggler's tunnels too. Because, I mean, even if you're not using this as a conveyor, this is still pretty darn impressive. I mean, here, let me go down to some of the finished sections here. I'm full height here, so I can walk through this normally. And I can access that, and you'll see once I get the other end of this done, it's going to work just as well. A little on the dark side once you're inside of it, of course, because there's no lighting built into it. But you can see here how it's got the rings here, so that's telling me I'm connected up to that portion of the cargo network. And this is going to start to slowly finish itself off here. Once I get down to this end and get the end cap on it, it should look pretty darn good. But it is just the right thing you want for kind of a wonky underground setup there. We are going to... Let's see, what was the maintenance hub? The maintenance hub... problem is they're not very entirely clear sometimes about what everything is. You kind of have to do a little bit of looking around, because that says four-sided, and it is, just not in the way you might think it is. Corner. The corner works, but again, it's a three-way corner. T-shaped, curved. That's what we want. So that will take care of that, and then we're gonna find our T-shaped. Is that the right? Out to there, out to there. That should work. We just gotta deal with a little bit of rock here. I'll wait until this is built, so I'll have the structure to hold up to this. Okay, so now I've got a tunnel inside of my base that I can actually get to. What we're going to do is I'm going to, this end, seal it off. Five-sided, mergeless, maintenance. Oh, where the heck are you? There's an end cap you can put on these things. I could swear I remember there being an end cap. That's the menu tree. What's the hub? Because the hub is kind of like just a plain old, well, hub. There used to be a cap on that you could put on these things. And that is bizarre. Mergeless, if I remember right, would let you do a separate cargo network, but you could still walk through it. So it's not that one. There used to be an actual end cap. And I know there is some stuff in the mod about how they've they removed some of the blocks from it recently. And I suspect that's probably one of the ones they've removed. But you can see I'm now actually green along this entire stretch because I've got a working connection from up here all the way through to the conveyor port down here. So I could even do something silly like, there we go. Just for the heck of putting something there. And let's talk about refineries. Let's see. Of course it's not available for a small ship. I'm not trying to put it on a small ship. Okay, yep. We need to remove that connector here temporarily. Because I'm going to do this, I might as well do this properly. So T-shaped. That one would go actually here. And then every other block like so. Yes, no. Something doesn't look right about that, but you know, they are pointed out. This tunnel. Just need to fix that. Just like the fact that I've got a little tiny little rat hole there that I can escape down. Use strips on either side of each conveyor make be where you can place corner lights. There, you can't place them in the block, unfortunately. I mean, this is still very much, you know, adheres to Space Engineers. There shall only be one block. There is no such thing as a compound block rule. But let's see. Okay, so we're red. Well, we're green over here because technically it is well, it's weird. It's not 100% like a normal conveyor system. I mean, you can see it's red up here because this is going nowhere currently. But the refineries are coming online down here now. And as they do so, I mean, I'm still... This could be freely transporting parts, oxygen, gas, the whole 9 yards through it, and game could care less. Which is pretty darn slick. I mean, that you can still get into a damaged conveyor system. You can see it's grabbing my scrap metal to refine right now. I'm standing right here. It's pulling it through where I'm at currently. I can't see any of it, of course, mind you, but it is pulling it out and going over in this direction. And yeah, I need to fix that. Because that just looks ugly. Damaged it a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, I can even pop out the other end here. Perfectly fine. No problems. How cool is that? I like that. I mean, it's just... Like I said, I wish they had the end caps that you could use that were... They had things that opened almost like doors. And maybe I'm not even thinking... Maybe, aha! Here we go. Maintenance access. This is what I'm thinking of. This is how you cap the system off properly. And the funny thing is, it doesn't really even look like a door. Where is it? Oh, come on. I know you've got the door functionality in here. Maybe I don't. I could swear that had the door functionality. It looks different from the one I'm used to. Maybe it's not done? Nope, you are done. Okay. Alright, maintenance. Separator. So this one will adapt it to a normal maintenance tunnel, so you can actually connect an existing cargo network into that. Maintenance ends. Mergeless. There's sorters that you can build into it. Here's the blocky ones if you want to actually attach to things. There's, that's an axis cube. That should be the right one. The separator doesn't let you go through it. Huh. Well, let's do this. I put one down here. Maybe it wasn't finished being built. There we go. It's a little tricky how you have to get into this thing. But, yep, there I am. And... okay, so it's the rim. So we do that, and we'll put one down on this end. Give it a proper cap. No, you can definitely open it from the outside. It's just a case of... it has to actually be, you know, finished. Oh, and that's right. There is a curved end, which I don't remember where the door is on that one, but okay. Oh, here's one. This is an actual... you just had it. This one's an actual airlock. So if you're looking for something that's properly airtight and everything, you've got this. So this will act as an airlock. So if I want to do that and wait until it's actually finished building, am I good? Alright, so at the rim, that closes that door and opens that one. How freaking sweet is this? I don't even remember the airlock one. That's new, I believe. So if that's there, then I do want to see what this end looks like now, because maybe I can kind of do that. Let's take off that one. I mean, maybe it does a seal on it. I don't know. Game? Stop. I'm gonna say, nope, that doesn't have a seal on it. It's okay. We can kind of do this like a mysterious style here. Nope, not like that. That's not mysterious. That's stupid. Maintenance access. Like I so. There we go. So now I've got a proper system here. We can do whatchamacallit. Hang on, let me get this done properly here. It's me, Mario! Down into the warp zone. I love this mod. Okay, enough playing around with that. Alright, so we've got our refinery row set up. We've got our lovely cargo system in place. It's got stuff stockpiled in it. We don't have anything useful we can do with it right now. Just need some ladders inside. Yeah, ladders. That would probably... actually, what I probably should do is, yeah, let's fix the damage I did getting all of this set up. You know, just because it would probably look a little nicer if it didn't look like it was so beat up. How bad did this side come out? Oh yeah, I broke a whole bunch of blocks over here again. El Cheapo Construction for the win. We can get rid of these guys too. Actually, there is something to be said for potentially doing a half slope here. But actually would show up over the edge of that, unfortunately. Why did you just grind? Game, we got some splaining to do. Alright, so that's done. What else do we have in here? Well, extending this out, obviously. I still haven't figured out what to do with this mess under here. I might just run a cargo tube. And not the one I actually put down there, but just a plain one. And do it up to look like so. Alright, you got a weird kind of ghosting problem here. Oh, I know this is because these guys are in the floor proper. Forgot about that. I can't actually fit these guys down there because of that. That's why I wasn't seeing anything. Darn it. That looked pretty good in red, I think. If I was going to do that, I'd have to move the grid work up on top, and I don't really like that. It won't blend in very well. Upgrade modules on survival refineries. Absolutely. I mean, if only just for the speed module to help them go quicker, but I mean, I'm doing a pure survival series, you know, unmodded, just pure vanilla, with some friends. I just started off on their world yesterday, and that was one of the first things I went to was the yield modules, actually. Because I was okay for starting power and uranium, but I didn't have much else to work with, so I wanted to make sure I was getting the most bang for the buck out of the ores I was getting. Oh, that's right. I also knocked around a few blocks over here. I might just work the other tubes into the ceiling there. Because that's the great thing about these, the ones I'm working with here, is they've got that adapter, so I can very easily switch between a vanilla and then have that switch over to one of these other style connectors. Ooh, fell off the ledge there. We need some railings. OSHA's gonna find me if I don't get railings up there. Okay, let's see. Well, I think there's one thing I can do that might make some sense down here, actually. Is not to have this cap on the end. Because let's face it, an airlock is kind of a little silly. I'm gonna get another bob down here. Just to have a bob that's kind of concealed under the floor. No, I want to leave the HUD on. Actually, that's also clear. I am incredibly guilty of never going back and clearing out bookmarks. And boy, does that hurt after a while. Barbarino. How do I want to hook you up? Let's... Perfect. You go in there. That'll extend my underground range a little bit and give the bob down here something to do. Especially because now I gotta start thinking about tearing apart what's up top. Let's get our bob down here idealized into our proper setup. Build repair system 2. Now the repair, right now the script is not going to currently work with this bob. This bob will be able to build stuff and not have it queue up in the assembly right now. Color, do everything. Don't need the area, sound, and on. Okay, now I got another bob system down here to help out up top. Wait a minute. I swear you just did the It's a 3-inch gap. What did the guy do? Stub his toe going over it? Every now and then, Keen does something that's just really kind of weird. That's one of them. How am I gonna take this thing apart? Let's just for the heck of it. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong keys. What I don't like about this tunnel is they don't have the two pieces rolled together in the same setup. That will link these two guys up. If I tilt to grind Bob down, that won't be a problem. Ooh, boy, that's a lot of ice that's got to be moved out of that sucker. So Bob's got to go first. Otherwise, this platform's just going to keep pulling everything out. So let's actually kill the programming block so it's not trying to make anything more. You don't need the LCD. Once that's done, you will balance together for now. Okay, and O2 gen. Got a lot of stuff you're gonna have to yank out of that thing. I'm a little worried that when I do this, it's gonna drop a. Oh, you're going over. No, 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 no. Bob off. You're not supposed to be grinding that stuff up. Base Bob's supposed to be doing that. That's what I was afraid of. There's a little bit of ice. Hopefully it got everything. Medbay assembler. I can't yank the... Could yank the reactor and have the base go on battery power. I think what I want to do is get that O2 up. I am going to be burning through hydrogen, right? Where do I want to run my hydrogen off of? Gotta remember I've got some options here too. Some additional hydrogen tanks I can play with. With the O2. And despite all of that, I still have the same silly color O2 system. Actually, here's something I can do. I kind of like the O2 generator blocks because they actually do look like they're doing something. At the same time, I like them being accessible too because it's just a place you run up, you put your bottles directly in. So I'm going to do that. And then we'll cable this sucker up through the bottom. So you're going to come over here. Down below here. Alright. So down, down, and around. Alright. Gotcha figured out. Compound blocks, yeah, I would honestly not mind using a compound block mod. I mean, I've tried them before, and I mean, for the most part, they work. It just seems to become a little. Wow, you're really down here, huh? The problem I have with them is then what you wind up with is a block that actually needs everything in that block to be the same color. There's no, well, I want the, this part of the railing to carry a color. It's going to carry over whatever color you get out of it and be happy with it, basically. Four-sided corner T. Right, one. And perfect. Could jet me out of there, that would be great. There you go. So now, the funny thing is I could be in the cargo network and I can use the cargo network. How's that not fun? Should have some ice I can drag over here, right? Or did the... Yep, okay, you did get everything. Holy crap. In fact, I don't think you're going to let me drop my, even get the... Yeah, you're not going to let me... Keen! Why? Why does the O2 generator let you fill it up so much that you cannot get a bottle into the inventory? I ask, what system does that make sense? Okay, oh, I got this thing needs to be fixed properly too. You are not the right block there. Okay, so we got a place to do O2. I'm kind of thinking, actually, the arc furnace next up. Because I can certainly make some use of that, and I can also blend that in pretty nicely with the columns here. Because if I turn this, like so, and upside down, it's not accessible. I could run the pipe up behind the column and link it in, though. Or I can just link it into the back there. Yeah, you can do that. Alright. What am I doing? I have a grind color. Let's use it. Don't need to carry around all this stuff. Carrying around stuff is for sissies. I kid, I kid. Holy crap, do I kid. Seriously, no. Just don't start refusing to carry things. That would make life incredibly difficult for you. Okay, so I can get in from the bottom here. Curved up here. We'll do a T-shape off of... Where is it? Maintenance. There we go. Oh, I like how that looks. I mean, granted, it's backlit right now by welding, but... that gives me something that's functional, yet still looks like it serves a purpose, because you also have to remember that the next thing that happens on this block is... where is it? It's not that piece. Alright, no, it's, that's the one we're going to keep it on. That's the one I want. And then that. Perfect. So that just disguised the cargo hatch right there, because I could go up and still do that to get into that furnace if I want to. Which I like. I like little disguised things like that. Stuff that's hidden away just enough to not be visible. With all those bobs, you're going to end up with the bob, binary singularity, bob by bob. No, I've only got 2 bobs right now. Actually, no, I've only got 1. Okay, no, I take it back, 2. There's one over there, which is turned off. There's the one that used to be up there, which I've torn down. And now there's only the one that's underneath the floorboards over here, so to speak. He's a covert bob. Yeah, that actually doesn't look too bad. Kind of gives you a cubicle. Even highlights some of the structural stuff that's going on there. I like. Let's turn that off. That's getting distracting, the HUD. What else? We got the nav lights up there. Those have been set up. Bob's under the floor. We don't have an assembler row yet. Kind of thinking... I was kind of thinking actually running something underneath here, but it's not going to look as good. The other thing I've also got to do is extend this around like I did that and get the lighting under it, because that looks really good at night right now. Happy with how that's turned out. Could put some lighting. I think where I really would want to see it first is going to be here. Fun part about listening to the music that I've got playing on the channel, when I actually do have the music up during streams, recognize the occasional group survival piece of music here and there. I managed to tuck away quite a few of those. Alright, so you set up already? Yeah, I failed to turn you off like I should have. You're not. Okay. .5 on intensity. That should light that side up a bit more brighter because it did every other block. But for an outside wall, that definitely seems like a pretty good... Kind of a little wonky because it's bleeding some of the light through and around. No, that light's bleeding over onto that, but see some of the highlights over here doing some weird, like, base relief detail here. Let me get closer, you can kind of see it there. It almost looks like it's glow in the dark, almost. Just almost. And that's because it's lit so well on this side that it's managing to kind of leak through. Some of it's feeding back over the top almost because it's these top edge. Nope. No, because that's an upper edge. That's an outer edge. I'm trying to figure out why it thinks that that is... Huh. Yeah, some oddball behavior with the lighting engine there. Might want to do every other. That is kind of bright over there. It's outside, it makes sense, but... Loads of bobs are a good thing. Oh, absolutely. That is was the great thing about working on the Cossack was was so incredibly easy to do. Didn't have to worry about 20 million sitting around for a bob to find the stuff, make it. Though that said, the trade surplus's conveyor network is definitely hurting. It definitely is going to need some TLC off stream. Or at least just one of us sitting up there and just tearing apart the entire network and redoing it from scratch, I think. It is not optimal by any stretch of the imagination. That's not too bad. A slightly... The evenness has been lost a little bit, but I think the less light there, the better in that case. Let's see, do I have those walls up anywhere still here? Probably not. I probably got rid of them. Because I'd like to actually finish that, or kind of mirror that on this side. And also the same thing with the green here. Give it a bit more of a clean break. Yes, 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 yes. No, you don't go that way. Haha, Bob, beat you to it. It's always fun when you can do that. Let's see, I placed you on the outer edge because that's how I was able to do the lights on the inside. And I fit... This is the other thing that drives me nuts about Keen. Okay, I've got this half cover wall here. Yeah, I've got cover wall. This cover wall exists only as a left side of this particular block facet. There is no way to position a cover wall in such a way that it will cover the right side. What the heck, Keen? Seriously, what's the deal with this? Well, it's only on that side only, and you can rotate the block around, and you could do it by, well, if I put it here, then I would have this side over here, and then this side over here. It would not be easier to build a trade surplus. Oh my god. The only way the reason that thing looks so incredibly damn awesome is the fact that it is completely and utterly built on the fly. There is no planning behind any of that. It's like, okay, well, I want to use this space for this thing, and maybe it's still going to be engineering after a while. Maybe it won't be. Maybe someone will come along and chuck about 6 jump drives right in the middle of the room that you're putting together. And you weren't expecting that, but it's been done. You know, that sort of thing. Or, you know, okay, you've built this nice hangar. Oops, someone has come along and built a launch tube under it. Which I totally want to reuse that for the Cossack. Consider this me officially calling dibs on that. Because, yeah. I've tested it out in solo play, and it is just big enough to fit the Cossack through it. It does not work very well if you try to use hover engines with it, but it does fit through. And I think if I dropped the floor just a little bit, but somehow kept the scale, it would work perfectly. Okay, that gives me perfect. Nice even lighting. Let's see what that looks like from out here. Aw, look at that, guys. Is that not beautiful? I almost feel like I need to come back and find a way to rig up some runway lights on this, or just put down the runway as it stands at this point. I mean, let's be honest. Let's work on this edge, because I did say I want to put that trim piece on the outside of it. And that'll let me do some more of that fencing there. And then over here, it's going to break down like so. Technically mean that this side, instead of wrapping it to a close like I did here, I'm just going to drop it right on top of that girder support beam that's there. Yes, yes. Arise, my base, arise. How much room did I give that over there? I gave it 1 block out. Okay. So do an alternating pattern. This will be 2 blocks between so I can center that light. I mean, even just looking at how that's going to look just with the default lighting, that's so-so. We can change that up quite a bit. I keep leaving this stuff on and not hiding the blocks when I'm done with them. I need to start remembering to put my toys away in the chest again. We'll do that this time, and I don't have to adjust those. This is going to be somewhat skewed by this being here, so let's back this off. There you go. That should look somewhat interesting. I mean, it's going to have a lot of darkness out there, but take a look at that. That's looking pretty good. What do you guys think? Thank you, Travis. Never tease nanites. That's how you get gray goo events. So this is true. Actually, I'm looking at this spot over here, and I'm kind of feeling like I still want to grind that down, but precision drilling that is going to definitely be the realm of a small drill miner. A small grid drill. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. We even get the lighting underneath here too, which is kind of nice. Alright, so we go into our base. Can't see anything up in the ceiling, but that's kind of normal. I don't have the girders of the roof up there or the nav lights, so that's to be expected. We've got our storage built in. What's the next piece over here that's going to come down? Well, in order to take down the med bay, I'd have to take down the I have to take down the cargo container. I have to take down the med bay first. So, since I should have the pieces for the med bay from that ship, I can definitely just plop that somewhere here. I don't need it to be wired up or anything. I mean, it's a one-time block, basically, anyways. You're not gonna let me place? Place? No, you're going to be annoying and say I must put this on an actual block. Of course you want it on an actual block. And pop over to you. I can actually get back all this grid work too. Yep, definitely need to get some more Bob stuff down there. Come on, Bob. Come on. Come on, you can do it. I know you can do it. Yes, I think you can. You're not outside of Bob range, are you? I know I'm kind of pushing it right now. Survey says... Okay, yep, it does see it. So, medical room, catwalk. Okay. It just took a while for that to weld up. Mr. Farrell is just being too impatient. I think we can try to pull some of this stuff out. Give Bob a little bit of a hand here. So many tools, I gotta start already grinding those. My death counters. I just went and dropped off all my hydrogen, didn't I? Bring it back. Not gonna get me that way, game. Why are you still not grinding these? You've got nothing to do. Do that. Nope, you're heavy. Do you, and some of this I can help out, like dropping off all that. Granted, that is no mods on any of those, or no modules on the refineries currently. So I'm not getting as much out of there as I would love to. How are you not doing what I need you to do? Monsieur Bob, we need to have a talk. Aha! It is out of the range of the Bob. How I could see the med bay, but not those grids, though, is kind of amusing, because the med bay is technically one block higher than those grids were. Alright, let's solve this problem here. I guess I can try to tell it to grind. I don't know if it will, but worst case scenario, bring the mining ship back in. Yeah, that was able to do it. Kind of. Thinking about it. Emptying it, that's what it's doing. There we go. I've never actually watched a block as it was being demolished by Bob before. Assembler, I gotta figure out where to move you down here. Short term. Short term, I'm honestly thinking about just sticking it outside. I mean, I want to module the refineries up for sure, which is why I'm not putting anything in the back just yet. I could go for... I mean, under the platform kind of deal, so... Actually, not even under the platform, like... as part of the platform. Because I know the modules link up to these locations. Or the refineries. I could very easily kind of mirror the same sort of setup I've got over on BB1, actually. Where I was putting the assemblers in the floor at one point, if I remember right. And what I'll do is I'll rewire the I was gonna call them conduits, the maintenance tunnels here to match. I want to take everyone out except that one, because that would potentially drop the whole thing. Not gonna drop all of these refineries on their heads, so to speak. And the reason why I'm ripping out the maintenance tunnels is I need to get these guys set up with the four-way here. Not the plus, the four-sided. This is the one I'm going to need because it's got the hole in the top and it's got the hole on the side. So as soon as Bob starts getting some progress here. Technically, I didn't need to do that one, but yeah. I need to make sure I've got everything out of the way. Bob, come on. This is the furthest block from you. You're supposed to be doing furthest nearest. Right? Bob? Man. Bob, you kill me, man. I need interior plate. Oh my goodness. How have I run out of interior plate? Well, I guess that's one thing I can do to help with the process here. Give me all your interior plate if you want to live. Actually, you won't live. You simply run down. Okay, let's hang on to that. Yeah, let's get the assemblers in first. I was about ready to say I can get rid of the rest of that. No. Let's do this right. Turn it around so I can actually get to the assembler from outside. Steel plates. Ugh. Sure. That's what I get for emptying out my inventory. That will technically attach all of those. Now I can grind this piece down. This is actually going to work out pretty slick. I mean, I'm not going to have these things fully boosted for speed, but let's be honest, I've already kind of taken care of that with the world settings. Mentioned about lights, you could use the flat ceiling light and passageway intersection and more mod Steam ID. Okay, hang on. Let me open a browser. That is 946. For those of you watching and not reading the chat currently, 724937. Those are your Powerball numbers for tonight. Okay, passage intersections and more. Okay, actually, I did leave that one out of my summary earlier. The flat ceiling light. That is one that... Do I even have that? I thought I might. But yeah, I do have... That was one of the ones I did add on here. And I do have the lighted pass extension. You are right. So I could kind of get away with using this as a light if I wanted to. The problem I have with I've added the extensions. I really do love that mod still. But the problem with it is, and you know, I'm always going to find a downside to it, it doesn't seem to work quite... it works if you're using the passages. If you're using... if you wind up doing anything with trying to... I'm trying to think of the words for it. If you're using the interior passages for all of your stuff, it works great. And it works great if you're using the interior doors. And you can get everything to line up. You can get a door to sit flush, or you can use the doors that are in the pack. There's two problems. One is the wide hallway doors. They don't have a way to time, though, to set those up to open simultaneously when you open one. So you get this one side of the doors that opens and the other side doesn't open, which is a little distracting, and it means you've got to try to actually set buttons to do it, and that is a whole nother nightmare, technically. The second problem is you're limited kind of to the doors that are in the pack, or a very select few vanilla doors that work in conjunction, or even modded doors in some case, with that particular mod pack. It's not always 100% possible to actually pull it off. For this, I'm going to... I don't have a catwalk on here? I would have thought I'd have one. I'm going to borrow the upside-down catwalks here. And just... girders. Ach, mein girders. Nope, that was not a girder that I just picked because it doesn't exist there. It is not on the network. Or in other words, in the parlance of Spaceballs, fooled you. I like this because I bet with the lighting I've got going on under there. Oh yeah, I can see everything, and that should throw a little bit of a base relief on this, I suspect. Not you're going to really see it, because as soon as I get the gates up here, that's going to change things around quite a bit, too. I did not want you to actually build a block in the middle of the air and gravity to drop. That doesn't make any sense, game. This is crazy talk. And now I just need the lighting to go with it. At least the great thing about the long nights that I've set, the long day-night cycles I've set here, is that I have plenty of time to figure a lot of the lighting out at night. Construction components. Ew, that's not paved over yet. Okay, how do I want to play this? Let's use this to take up some of the slack on that. And then I did every other, but without the middle. So, every other without the every other. So, that's the next light. That would be a normal light. That's the other light. And there. Okay. Let's get that patched up before I actually walk into the thing, shall we? Okay, 3 assemblers to keep the setup going, all tied directly off the refinery, so they have immediate part flow if they need it. The game does not have to wander through the entire conveyor network to figure it out. Which means it is time to say goodbye and goodnight to Mr. Silly Assembler up here. Battery and reactor, that's it. Feeling better about that. Oh, and the catwalks. Gotta get rid of these. There we go. Okay. Now I just need to fix my lighting down here. I love Bob because he's keeping me on my toes. I don't have to wait to do all the silly little things myself. Yeah, the ceiling lights is the other mod I was thinking of earlier, and the trick to that one is it works well as kind of a broad light source. Just don't show the light itself, because it doesn't quite look 100% when you actually see it. Oh, look at that. How pretty is that? It's just a bit of relief lighting on the refineries there. Base Bob should be set to fly mode, but he must not be because he's not picked that up yet. That's a good call. Was that enough to... No, it wasn't enough to kill me. It was just enough to wound me. Silly game. Fly mode, please. And grind if well to get stuck. I managed to set the grind color, but I didn't manage to set anything else properly. Go fig. Oh, just in time for the sun to start coming up there. Hang on, I gotta do a little something here. Shut that off. Angle that a little better. Get some of the starscape in. Screenshot! And get one at... Beautiful. Kind of take a shot from this angle. Oh yeah, baby. Work them voxels. Okay, that's pretty darn good. Bring that back. And before I lose my mind, crosshair. I'm this close to just finding some sort of little tiny overlay I can put on my screen for that, like a plastic sheet or something. Okay, so I think we've got that kind of settled out. We haven't had any more ships drop on my head, so that's a good start. Doesn't seem like there's anyone else out in the universe, so we're back to being alone, I guess. No problems with that. How much volume do you have to carry on this thing? You've got a ton of ice on you, and 168, 100,000 liters. How much do you have in you? Thinking about ripping this up so I don't have to worry about this being out here anymore. Yeah, you can grab the rest of this. Okay. Kurzeme should be flying with my lights on. With the owner of Space Engineer Suit 438, please report to the suit room. Your lights are on. Okay, oh, actually I gotta turn you back on too. Bob is on, and you're not gonna kill me like that, game. No. We're not gonna have that game if I'm gonna drop you a little ways and then poof. Let's see how this explosion of stone looks. I bet you're hunkering down. You're just no. It's it's grabbing bit by bit, stone by stone. See if the suspension starts to wallow here. Problem is I can't tell how much it's actually got left to pick up. What do we got? Okay, getting there. Granted, the refinery's trying to grab most of that, but let's actually turn that off. I got a better place to refine this stuff once I get the modules up going. Will I be building a solar power setup? Well, the problem is this planet stays dark for quite some time. There's a lot of daylight out there, so the value of a solar panel setup, not that great for me. Uranium is pretty plentiful, and honestly, when I've been trying to use the Izzy's solar management script lately, it's been a little on the wonky side. It's tried to rotate my solar arrays into positions they couldn't possibly achieve naturally. How's the suspension looking right now? It is... yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, but I can feel and how it's moving. It does not want to... This is definitely something I do not want to go rock climbing with right now. So I will be happy to just park this one outside. I will be happy to park this one outside. By which you mean you should stop moving backwards when I engage the parking brake. Let's see. So we need to get rid of you, because if I'm going to do anything where I can go mining and exploring right now, I should really be doing it with something a bit better. Let's turn you off. I don't need you to... and you are... I need to remove this cargo container with Bob, and potentially remove Bob itself. Which means I'm going to lose the light underneath. And... I'd lose the wings too, except the wings I can fix in place. You're sitting on catwalks, so you should not be going anywhere. You're welded up, so you should be fine. And if I want Bob to not go anywhere... Actually, no, he should be fine. Bob is technically off of the catwalks here. And it just means I have to unload Bob before I do the grinding here. Just do that from here. There we go. Alright. Build repair systems off, so... On Bob, on this guy that is, right? You are indeed off. Alright, this is gonna work, or half the top of this whole thing's gonna come apart. Come on, base Bob. Do your job. Base Bob. There we go. Okay, he's going to start emptying. Good, 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 good. That'll take it a little while. Meanwhile, these guys should start working away quite a bit. Let's get those yield modules I was talking about earlier up and running. Stick you guys on the back with that color, because why not be a little bit stylish when it comes to doing enhancements like this? And yes, I'm going full out yield modules on everything, because I'm not worried about speed. I'm worried about the less mining I've got to do. Which I don't really have to do much right now anyway, so... Actually, that works out pretty well. The front of the refinery and the back now kind of match there. Still take care of that. It's closer, so it's going to weld those first, which I'm okay with. Then that just leaves the assemblers on the bottom, which I can throw the speed modules on. There's not going to be quite as many down here because obviously I've blocked off quite a few ports. But I don't really need too much speed here either, because I could just add some more of these assemblers as I go, if I really need to. Because that's occupied by the catwalk. Don't want to put any on top, because then I'd have to have a partial block. I could. I mean, I could always do something like that. That would fill up one of them, but then I wouldn't be able to get into the assemblers. And I kind of like the fact that I can get into these right now. Alright, so refinery's good. Assemblers are good. We've got O2 generation. We've got an arc furnace in the base just for the heck of it. Just because if anything does happen, I can certainly still use it. Let's see if the arc furnace is actually doing anything. Oh yeah, it's done stuff to be certain. How are you doing? You're still figuring it out. Let's see. Yep, still figuring it out. That's gonna take it a while, I suspect. May need to think about power on the base. Let's see. If I always wanted about speed, yeah, I could just add more. How are we doing here? Power, health. I'm not actually, obviously not hooked up to the O2 system here, so we're still in need of regenerating that, but no big deal. Trying to think about power room. Power, power, power. I need something to counter this side of the cavern now. How do I want to counter? Well, I mean, actually, I could just do the same exact build. The large reactor is a 3x3. By 3. Okay, tell you what, I need to grab something for my throat, because it is drying up like crazy. I will be right back in just a second, guys. Alright, we're back. Okay, that is one problem. Trying to do all the talking and not having anything to soothe the throat. The mod that lets me do green control panels. That is... Let's see if I can find that here. I've got the list, the old list with me. The list I provided in the comments last week is now already outdated. That should... Where are you? It's not that, it's not that, it's not the Mega Control, nope. Yeah, I did have the Azimuth Complete Mega Mod pack. I didn't need to add the power one specifically. Silly Feral. I would use an Azimuth reactor on this base, but honestly, it's going to look very out of place because those things produce one heck of a big green glow. Where is this little thing that I put on the pack? Oh, 6 dice reverse engineering display screen textures. That's what it is. It's not 100%. It does have... It actually finished up. You can see on some blocks, you know, particularly modded blocks that have... that call things like the control panels, it doesn't work. But the theory is, yeah, it's supposed to go through all the blocks and replace their little things with that green text. The cockpits themselves are supposed to be updated. This one, for some reason, has not. But the flight seat certainly has. And what I should probably do is find a place to put one. I'll find a place to put one inside the cavern here. But it should have... the ship I was on earlier definitely had the flight seat LCDs updated and everything, so it's kind of hit or miss. But yeah, it is a nice little kind of tweak, and it helps differentiate some of the stuff that you're looking at. Like this one's going to be the green panel here that you can barely see there. And glad you liked the videos. Hang on, I saw the comment there. Glad you liked the videos, Drizzy. You know, it's, you know, fun to have a nice distraction, basically, from everything that's going on. Not only for when you're watching the video, but also when you're making it. You can kind of ignore the outside world for a little while. Yeah, so I got that set. Now I need to put storage back in here, because leaving it without storage is not going to be good. But I want to make a tweak to this. Oh, don't jump out of there. This is not a trampoline park. Let's see, I should have tubes around here, right? Yeah, I might as well leave that bob off, because it's not going to actually have anything to do. It can't actually make anything right now. I'm going to go ahead and actually just do this properly, because it really has been bugging me for a little while now, and be evil, I'm going to use... Uh-oh, you're bouncing around. What? Yep, you went and disconnected everything anyways. Alright, I'll clip your wings. Thought I had you set up in such a way that you were not going to do this, but apparently you have. It's okay, I have the technology to rebuild it, and I can make it better. Oh, I can make this better. Just not a priority right now. Power, base power. Like I said, I want to do this same sort of thing over on this side. I mean, the mid bay is just temporary anyways. And that will let me take care of finding a place for the reactor. And I can pipe the reactor with the line going out from underneath over to here and back up again. So I think that'll work, guys. The upside to the... Yeah, the arc reactors are nice, but oh geez, the fuel that's required for them. No. And the parts to build them, they're... I could barely build some of them with what I've got right now. I mean, it'd be like me trying to go and build the runway right now. And, I mean, to put that in perspective, those runways that you see on the Sunday Engineer Core stream with Shaq Wasted, Splitsy, and Tax, This is the kind of resources you're looking at for runway. It's 32,000 steel plate and 11,000 metal grid for one piece. Oh, God, that hurts. That hurts thinking about it. That's the better part of a couple of ships in PvP right there. Ah. That's why this is not a runway in here. It is, and why I don't mind that these blocks are taking a beating and having to be rebuilt. It's no. Do not want to spend that much on a block. Talk about end game. Holy crap. I mean, it's good because that block will never be destroyed in this game, but holy moly. Did I actually go up that high? Yeah, I did. Okay. Wasn't sure if I did this all the way to completion up the top or not. That goes to there. And no, you go here. You go here. Yep, because... Okay, alright. That was because I screwed up. Right, so this actually needs to be the solid block. Now I'm remembering. Mr. Farrell has a memory like a trap something or other, or maybe it just is a trap. It's a trap! Same area of heavy armor, yeah, but I mean, good lord, the amount of heavy armor that requires. It is not cheap. It is not cheap at all. This is a very expensive block. You'll never break, but it's a very expensive block. Which actually does make you wonder, how well would a heavy armor, how well would a ship made out of runway armor work in PvP? Well, kind of think about that one, guys. That many components. There we go. That should even that out just enough. Maybe a little bit off the top there. You want to place the block? Thank you, game. I know there's a tiny little rock rolling around that you seem to think was going to cause the problem, but no. No, you're good. Okay. Gray behind there, so I need to fix that. Trapper Keeper. Oh my god. Thank you for bringing up all those wonderful school days. Oh dear god. And back then it was, why want a Trapper Keeper? All the other kids had one. It was the big thing. You had to have a Trapper Keeper. Even though they were like hideously flimsy and would like fall apart within like 3 weeks of actually having one. And I'm sure they're, like, still a thing nowadays, too. Except just probably more like, you know... I don't know. Justin Bieber instead of, like, you know... disco flamingo... You know, disco neon pink flamingos or something. Alright, I need to bring that drill ship back in here. It is going to cause some chaos when I do this, but definitely I'm going to have to move the med bay for this one. Even if only because I do have to move the med bay. It's in the way of where the reactor is supposed to go. Solid block. Nope. Free pro. How heavy would it be? Oh. Yeah, that could be pretty heavy. Depends on how that's going to be calculated. I'm assuming that it's going to basically use the same calculations the game would be using for normal grid. Medbay. Where do I want to stick the medbay? For now, the medbay can go here. The medbay is for loading and unloading only. There is no stopping in the medbay. And if you get that movie reference, kudos. There's my block. Blockity block. Make all the things of the block. And more accurately, extend all the things with the block, because I'm getting a little tired of not seeing a deeper cavern going on here. And I've got a system that will let me build properly out to that particular limit now. So let's start using it. Let's see. Oh, I wish I could just creative plot these right now. Get the whole row in. Which is the other reason why this hangar is not going to be that big. That would take me about 6 years to place all these blocks individually to do that image that I was showing you earlier. Which I might just load up that world at the end of the stream just to give you guys an idea of what I've done on it, because I've got a couple other minor tweaks that I've managed to do in there. It's not something I get to work on that world all the time, but I just get to pull it up just often enough. Ah, what light through voxels break must be keen in the east with the sun. No, 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 no. That's it. Groundhog, going back inside. And thank you for getting that reference earlier, Ryder. Wasn't sure whether anyone would pick up on that. Alright, just work our way down one side of the hangar, up the other, and everything will just come together beautifully. Right? Right. Probably not, because I gotta remember which way these walls were flipped. Near the dash. Yeah, I gotta go back along and put all the lighting down in there. Ooh, I got some cleanup work to do in here. Definitely not set up the right slope on the floor here. That's a little too sticky-outy. It's still kind of sticky out over here, too. Oh, but so worth it. Get rid of your little debris. I was using the right-click drill mode. Why are you generating debris that prevents me from putting it on the block? This is crazy talk, Keen. What's going on here? You got some issues that I think you need to talk about here, you know? I think you definitely feel like you're kind of struggling a bit at times. You need someone to talk to, do you need some help, man? Just, someone to talk over everything out with. We're there for you, man. We're there for you. That would be it. A keen midlife crisis. Is there such a thing when you've got a game in early release this long? An early release midlife crisis. That's what's going on. Now, this is the part where I wish I hadn't ground down the rover with the bobs on it. That would come incredibly handy right about now. Because I know that it's going to be busy on this for a while. Oh, that's looking pretty good, though. I mean, even with the light off, it's certainly interesting. There we go. Bit of a slow pan shop, almost. Let's see if I can land this right. Perfect. While I take a bit of a sip. Well, James, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, you'll see I actually did have a bit of an unexplained catastrophe. I can only assume that something went wrong with the vehicle that brought or was supposed to be bringing my package from Amazon Galactic. That was, you know, some watercolor paints, an easel, and some canvas. Not that watercolor is very easy. I need to build something to actually melt this ice into something I can use to actually make watercolor paint, but then have to paint and do it fast enough so that the paint wouldn't freeze before I actually painted. But, well, you know. Something took down the ship. I don't know what it was, but it definitely looked like it had gotten attacked and chewed on for quite a bit. And certainly was raided because there was next to nothing left on board by the time it crash landed down here. Of course, now I got a giant hole in the side of the lake I'm gonna try to deal with, and but no, not gonna get upset over that. This is the chill stream. Everything's good. We're not gonna have any problems, man. It's all gonna work out in the end. I'll figure out some way to patch it. We have the technology, man. It's all good. That will take care of that part. So you're going out to the full there. Okay, good. You actually did finish that. Let's wake you up. Let's see if I can do a slightly better job. Well, not better job. I shouldn't say that. Pam did a really good job for what it is, for what I had to deal with and what I was asking it to do. And I was definitely not configuring it up to its fullest potential either. Let's be 100% clear there. I mean, like right here, this is up you go. Not the best miner I could have put on the job. Are you trying to whoa, no. No. You're going forward. I don't want you to go forward. Okay, fine. You don't want to go that way. Can I convince you to possibly do this instead? In a bizarre twist of fate, it seems that the roles have been reversed. I'm letting the base build itself while I drill it out, instead of letting the script drill things out while I build the base. Seeing my take on a solar axe, it wouldn't just wind up being a solar axe. It would... If anything, what I'd like to do is, if you guys remember back on the moon base in Uncooperative, there was a pretty nice, sweet little hillside, and I managed to kind of put something of what was the beginnings of a solar farm, because we were kind of running a little low on, useful things like uranium, and we wanted solar power to kind of supplement things a little bit. And I did manage to get the start of what would have been a pretty nice kind of hillside solar farm. Not, like elevated or anything, but just down at the ground level. Because the problem when you do something where your solar farm is elevated, well, first off, you've opened yourself up to very easily having the farm disabled. All something has to do is take out a couple blocks that are holding it up. So universally, that's already a questionable choice at that point. But then also the fact is, you've got to keep this thing up in the air, and it's taking you away from all the defenses you've got on the ground. And then also think about the fact that you also have now committed to... I really need a... Oh, wow, did I... Is this one damaged? No, you're still good. I need to get a gear on top of this thing so I can actually park it properly. Because it shouldn't really be on the ground. I want to park this thing on the roof. See if it'll actually let me do it. Come on, game. Thank you, Bob. When you finish it up. Definitely need to get another Bob. I'll probably complement the Bob that's on that side of the hangar with the Bob on this side with the reactor. Because the problem with landing this thing is the thrusters on this thing are doing so much damage, it's ridiculously stupid. Whereas I can get you up here. Programming block is messed up, but I can work around that. There we go. Turn off the atmo thrusters, and it'll just hang here. Nice little convenient recharge point, and it's out of the way. And heaven help me if the game loads and that thing doesn't have the gear lock, or it phases out, or phases through, and falls. Oh well. Oh, that's right, I went to go get it, I drilled out all of this stuff, failed to actually use it for what I originally had intended it for. You know that sign that I've got on my, on the whatchamacallit screen? Hang on, let me pull it up here. There we go. Okay, now I'm good. Toggle the block on and off. Actually, I'm gonna have to wind up moving that sign because it's sitting right in the way of half my indicators right now. Right, you're good. Unpark. Oh, she wants to sink like a stone, even though she's got nothing in her, right? Oh, she does have stone in her. Oof. Well, there's your problem. Let's see, how's it look for alignment? A little top heavy now with that gear in the way, too. Up a little bit and go down a little bit. That should be good enough. Doesn't really take much to haul out that much of a space in here. Actually, suppose I'm gonna park this anywhere. Let's kind of see what it's gonna look like. Ew. Not that far down. This looks like if I try to get it somewhere like I can park it on a beam. Yeah, I'm actually locked on a beam right now, speaking of which. Oh, actually that's about the right size and almost the right placement. Just make that thing a little more steerable, that's all. It's actually not too bad, because then I can also just reach in through here and unload it if I wanted to. At that point, I can actually unload it from down here. Okay. Then with that, same trick with the concrete too, by the way. I want to mirror that pattern over on this side. And this should be right up against the edge of 2 gray blocks, and that's the concrete in there. It was a... engineer wants to keep claiming he's being injured. This engineer probably files a lot of insurance forms, given the number of times he thinks he's badly injured. I mean, talk about, it's almost like not an ambulance chaser. I'm trying to think of the right term for it, but it's not coming to mind. Now, I could be painting these blocks, too, to a certain extent. In fact, I probably even have the wrong color over there. I don't think I did the default or the default gray color. I picked up girders, did I not? No, I did not. Mr. Farrell had a problem with his inventory, did not realize it, and ergo did not pick up girders. Girders! Technology. What would my take be on a hydroelectric generator? You could toss ice in like a O2 gen, it would consume the ice. Well, I mean, that's what Keen promised us in a tease. Well, I shouldn't say promised. I will be 100%. It is 100% honest for Keen. It is not guaranteed in any case that anything they offer up in a teaser is going to make it into the game. I will just simply point out that they did tease to us the idea that they were going to add a hydroelectric generator to the game, and that has clearly not come to fruition yet. And again, I shall say that with that word because they could still very well be adding it. We just don't know. Let's get our little scrambler back up here. If it can actually build a block for me. Bob? Silly Bob. Alright. Edit, and we're going to grab our personal Bob monitor again. I need to add that as the panel name. Let's go back into that code anyways. Turn you into you're not giving me. I control seed in your code, and you have decided to not pull it out for me. Copy. Thank you, game, and let's paste. Hey, there we go. That'll pop up as soon as I get the next item done. I need the build and repair group 1 and the assembler group 1. Okay. Build and repair group 1. And assembler group 1. Perfect. Recompile it. There we go. That'll take care of it. Right? Yes, no. Just do it behind my back. Nope, you haven't done it behind my back. Am I out of Bob range over there? It shouldn't be. Bob has got a pretty decent range even down there. Alright, well I guess we're gonna figure this one out then. Let's get our tunnel over there. I want to kind of build it off of this, seeing as I can just bring this as a junction back down and go straight out over here. Oh, this is actually pretty nice because I can just follow the grid straight across. Can't really go wrong with that. Well, actually, until I run out of grid. Darn you, game. You've outwitted me this time. Curse you, gadget. That's a really bad Dr. Claw impression. And that's a really bad piece of stone sticking out there. What are you doing over here? Get out of here. Another little bit of... No, actually that will stay underneath the hidden area. Won't really work well for the section going down the area, but... Oh well. And take care of that real quick. Yeah, let's get that one. And that should be close enough. It's gonna look good. I'm gonna have this floor in pretty good shape at least by the end of tonight. No, you don't need to go down there. You're perfectly fine up on the surface, just the way you are. Alright, are you showing any of this over here? Yes, you are. Okay, so you have just decided to ignore the fact that these need to be finished up. In order to finish them up, you need to actually build something. Gotcha. We were in the process of digging access port across this way. Now I've got this here. Alright, that gets me across that way. This is going to make things a little interesting when it comes to doing the work down here, though. I think we'll do what we can. Let's see, where's my spectacular maintenance tunnels? It's a T shape, not a four side, I just need a T. There we go, that will do. This is the silliest looking tunnel setup I could possibly think of. And the best part is I can do a thing like that without a problem. It actually sticks where you stick it. Wow, what a concept. I don't have to have it attached at 20 million ends with a computationally expensive block. Wow. Who'd have ever guessed? How convenient is that for a feature? Tell I'm just a little bit salty about connector blocks in PvP right now. Just a little bit. I'm going way too far down here. I mean, granted, I do need to walk underneath this thing, but... Can you see the area? Yeah, I know, I could just very easily flip it, but honestly, at this point, I don't mind throwing in a second one for coverage out here, because I really do need it. I mean, as far as just, like, the speed of doing anything with Bob right now. You are welding it up. Okay, good. I'm gonna make sure I heard you misclick, and I wasn't sure what you were doing. Okay, you're not quite there yet, but getting close. I suppose I should probably do the same sort of mirror with the, well, the O2 generator does... Actually, no, I should. I should do the same mirror with the O2 generator, because I've got ice sitting around doing nothing right now in my storage system. I'd rather be storing it inside of an O2 generator than anything. And what we can do while I'm up on the top here... While I'm waiting for all of that to weld up. Oh, do I want to? Do I really want to? I know what you're going to do when I do this. You're going to make this big, giant, glowy thing that is going to turn this entire cavern into something green shaded. You need not only that, but 6,000 reactor components. Might be more than I've actually got right now. I mean, the superconductors I know I'm good, because those got salvaged out of the jump drive. Yeah, not enough reactor components. On the other hand, I do have 3 semi-speed boosted assemblers giving me a hand in that area. I know I've got gravel in the system. I know I can make gravel with what I've got. I'm just thinking about it. Actually queuing anything up for production is my question. To fix your program to show that to me. Let's see. Display all targets, grind targets, display kind of missing items. No, I want your auto craft items. But I guess display kind missing items is going to be the best I can do. that's right. I also need to change the timing on that too. Forgot about that the last time I checked it. Or the last time I put that into the world. There we go. Base is already green. Yeah, yeah. That is ironically that does actually kind of fit in the green glow and everything I've got going on there. There we go. Missing interior plates, reactor, cement, grand sandulat. I think there's a little bit of word association going wrong there. Is that also me, or did I see something? I must have just been seeing something. Thought I was seeing the block spark. This is looking during the day right now. I mean, granted, it's not full-on day out here, but it's not too bad. All things considered, I can't complain about how that looks. What are you up to? Are you actually producing assembler full? Wow. You just stuffed yourself full of that, didn't you? Production. Silicon. Oh, silicon, silver, and nickel. I don't have everything I need to actually do this. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. It's actually good because it means it's been trying to do the cement blocks, but can't because it's being held up by everything else. So let's not worry about finishing that up because it's clearly also holding up the production of everything else. Cement. You need cement. Should probably exclude one of the assemblers here. Have a manual one somewhere for it. Well, that doesn't help, actually. You might genuinely be trying to... Yep, there we go. Assembler storage is bottlenecked. That frees up that one. What's your problem? You've got gravel, but nothing else. Take what you can get, hand back what I can put. And, wow, yeah, the automatic system that exists inside of the Bob script like this doesn't work all that good. Okay, so that'll catch up on it. Granted, I'm carrying around a ton of gravel right now, but oh well. Yep, you're actually starting to finish it up. Sweet. Just granulated sand. Not just sand, but granulated sand, which is already in granules. And yeah, I don't know about that one. I suspect the terminology is a little off there. I could understand like a fine sand. A finely particulated sand, possibly, but... Okay, good. You are chewing through some of my gravel. I like that. Should be able to feed you a little bit extra. How are you doing over here? You're doing just as good. Have a little bit of more gravel. Yay, I can get rid of the rest of my gravel. Hang on, there's plenty of granulated sand. Okay. That's just saying then that it's Bob who's stuck on the reactor over there. That's the problem for that. He's just going to insist on actually finishing this up first. Okay, we can work with that. While we're down here then, let's go back through and keep going on our tunnel. Alright, I need to go 1, 2, 3. You're here. And your wife has traveler's checks over here. And a lot of people will not understand that reference I just made. Thank you, modern era payment technology. Let's see, so we're here and... Perfect. Should be able to just curve it right off of this. Actually, let's get the straights in place first. should almost be enough to curve it down properly. Yeah. We won't do any fancy, ridiculous curving over here. We're just going to do this properly the first time. Because it is supposed to be something I can walk through, right? Which just means I need you in place over here, and we'll be good. Once it all welds up, of course. Just really worried about what this is going to look like. It is going to be green when it starts up. Dear God, the inside of the Scrapworks was a green nightmare. It was like walking into Emerald City in The Wizard of Oz every time you went in that thing. And it just looked absolutely hideous because of it. Let's see, turn you that right over. So might as well just keep going. I did say I was going to actually add a bob on there, didn't I? And did I leave any room on the system for it? No. Now I'm out of steel plate. Let's see. So as far as bob goes, let's stick you here. Plenty of room for it, and it can pass right through. There we go. Hey, Bob, I got a party job for you over here. Giving you a new brother. Well, eventually, as soon as I wake him up and then add him into the group. Except you're too busy doing this. Which I didn't really need, but yeah. Let's see if I can give it a little bit of a helping hand here. That's probably going to need some... motors, construction components should already gone in. Computers, sure. And some tubes, yep. Okay, just a ton of steel plates is what needs now. So weird having a jetpack that's actually this responsive. That's the other thing that throws me off between normal multiplayer and what I'm going through right now. You're done. You're done. You're done. Alright, so now you're set. And I should... Come on, Keen. Let me out of the hole. There. Alright, so everything is wired up properly. Let's get our bob set up here. I really need to set up that script, too, that lets you have the defaults for the bobs when you build them. Yeah, the second O2 gen and arc furnaces, yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to necessarily get those in just yet. I'm more worried about getting Mr. Bob number 2 online here. Starting with... Let's actually go up from the bottom this time, so sound. I could let him do everything he wants to do. Grind color, pick current build color. Done. And fly mode, grind default gets stuck. I'm not going to say help others. I want them to actually work on independent objects and go. Then I can go back in, find the build and repair group, and add him into that. Which will give me both bobs on this same interface. And it's working on reactors, and we're still stalled. Oh, we're missing some silver. Do I have any silver still? I most certainly do, but that's it. Not a lot. I suspect I may be out of silver. Which raises the interesting question, do I have a silver bookmark? Have I found it yet? Yes, I have. 3 spots worth of it. And where's nearest? Right over that way, lakeside it looks like. I can turn off that iron one. I don't need that. Already got everything from up top, so this is really inaccurate. We're gonna re-tag that one. Okay, there's a silver deposit up there, 2 kilometers. We've got the silver across the lake. No. Don't have... I need to get the storage back on this thing. Oh yeah, did I mention the maintenance cargo tunnels? That there is a... You can get these that have cargo in them. In fact, let's actually show you guys what this is going to look like. Just because it's kind of fun. It's pretty cool, actually, that this is an option. Hopefully, it might actually be able to reach out and take care of this for me. Okay, like that. Interior plate. Ah. You testing me. You testing me, game. It's right on the functional line, too. And I'll bet you're just completely frozen up, thinking you're going to be working on everything else. Yep, cancel out. You can work on something else. Finish up some other work. The script will just re-queue that eventually. If not, shunt it over to the other production system. Alright, what do we got? You're finishing that stuff up. That'll finish pretty darn quickly, which is nice. Maybe you can move over some of the other jobs. Let's cancel you out. As much as I would like to see you actually finish that up. Alright, maintenance tunnel. Check this out. It's actually got cargo space. I'm not getting it in the right interface, apparently. Actually, I think it's because I can't access it from... Come on, I'm supposed to be able to get into you. I know I could get into in a previous version. You used to actually be able to get inside the cargo hatches from inside. Don't know if that's actually a thing anymore or not. I suspect probably not. Either way, let's just cap this off with a normal cargo container. Yeah, I would if I could. Production. Let's queue up some interior plates between there. Just get some extra. It is kind of funny that they give you a tube that actually has cargo capacity on it. May have to drag this a tad closer if I can. Yep, that's the problem. It was out of range. Might have enough to reach this. I don't know. Yep, it's got it. Just to finish producing it. Come on. Just a little more. A little more? Tiny little bit? Iota, possibly? The happiest of... You're not gonna... Okay, I will go back and correct your production again. There we go. That finished her off. This actually gives her a nice, low, sleek profile. And... Oh, I love gyro steering this stuff on ice. Don't even need to look out. I'm just riding it out there. Yeah, it's entirely possible that it's bugged out. I am 100% in agreement there. Do I have the detector on this thing still? No, I don't. Okay, I guess we're gonna find this the old-fashioned way here. Let's see, gold, silver. Silver, 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 gold. 75. That should be enough that Bob should be able to pick it up still. So let's kind of angle it a bit. What I'm honestly thinking is violating Minecraft rule number 1 regarding do not drill straight down. Before I do that though, let's make sure that I actually have empty, empty, kind of full, kind of full. Okay. Should be able to make it. I have to be careful when I go down to not also kill myself by being surrounded by ice. Because that would be a very ironic way to die. It would be to just die because I've been completely smothered by ice. And Bob is helping me pick it up, so... Yep. Jammed up again. Come on, Bob. Bobby Bob. You can do it. Okay, can you unbury me? Thank you, Bob. Should start curving this a little bit now. Okay, Bob, need another cleanup. Mining with Bob. Okay, now I can start clearing this out manually. Or voiding it. Oh yeah, Sky Factory, yeah, that's... Oh boy, it has been a long time since I've tried to play that because I keep playing it and then I keep having to reinstall the computer and I lose everything I've been working on. I mean, actually, I think I still have an Agrarian Skies 2 world that I would like to finish up someday. It's just, you know, 10,000 lettuce, you know, that sort of thing that you're still kind of working on. I would stream that, but the problem is it's a game that's not really ideal for like a walkthrough kind of stream, and that's some of what I would like to do, but I usually wind up getting incredibly frustrated with those things because, like, I want a game that I can make some progress on, but I can't make progress on it because the game is designed to not be, you know, it's a game that lasts a while, but if you guys sit there and wait for, you know, 2-3 hours to get enough of something gathered up to make it, then, I don't know, it kind of loses a little bit of its luster after, you know, 2 hours of playing it and you've only got 3 hours you can play in a week, you know? Strith, I wasn't right-clicking on the way down because I want the ice. I mean, if I'm gonna dig holes in the lake, I really do want to actually, you know, get the resources I'm pulling up. They're still certainly useful for hydrogen. And sure, I've got some thruster components for ion thrusters, but I'd still rather actually just do a traditional launch to orbit with hydrogen and oxygen. In the case now I'm down here, that's fine. This is all going to despawn anyways, and I can use it from concrete anyway, so even though it's there, I still have a use for it. Now the problem is, where's my way out? There it is. Can I get out before the hydrogen in the tanks run out? Probably. There we go. That'll take care of it. Oh yeah, I could get some people to help in Sky Factor, but then it's like, okay, it's not really my thing anymore at that point. And I don't mind doing, you know, co-op type stuff, but you know, it's kind of like there's still the way that I like to play the game, kind of, you know. And it's not always the ideal way either. It's kind of the way that usually most people would get really frustrated with, honestly. It's kind of like me in Factorio. It's, no, I don't want to... I'm not going to mess with this. I'm going to mess with this one section of the line, and I am going to mess with it and tweak it and fine-tune it and do all sorts of stuff to it, except actually do anything productive with it. Let's see. So I'm full on ice. That's right. I don't want to do that because you're just going to completely pack that thing. Find the ice storage. Holy moly. I've got actually enough to fill up the second O2 generator right now if I wanted to. Alright, let's see how this actually worked out. Because you were definitely picking stuff up. And... yeah, it must still be bugged out. That's a shame. It's nice that it actually had the capability to have that. Can I... drag? No. Okay. Either way, at least it is going to work to let me pull stuff in and out. So that piece of it is still working. These are indeed working just fine for cargo container purposes, at least. Need to get a refinery docking port set up, too. Because it's great I've got all of this, I just don't have a way to add it in. Well, actually, I guess I kind of do. Hang on a tick. Let's turn you off. Yep, too close to that. Let's see how close I can get the, oh, this is going to be the jankiest kind of connector setup possible, almost. But all I just really need is close enough to sneaker net it for now. It's not efficient, but, you know, it's relaxed survival. I'm not in a hurry. There's plenty of it in the system now at this point to get the reactor components back up and going again. There we go. Speaking of reactor components, we're almost done. Another 400 will have that in place. Where is... let's get Mr. EOH's catwalks lined up here. Interior plate. Scandalous. This is crazy. There's got to be interior plate somewhere around here. I've made extra of it. You'd think I've been building or something. Yep, I fell in that. I was wondering why I couldn't go anywhere. Okay, the reactor is there. It is online because apparently it has managed to draw... oh, so much green. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Green. 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 Normally I complain the heck about how the emissives in this game don't actually emit light. This kind of takes it a little over the top, I think. And that's why the inside of the scrapworks was always green on the stream. Set up a collector drop-off point and just dump the ore out. Yep. That's really what I should do, is get the old refinery setup that I had, or the refinery ship, where it was just going to dump out the stone automatically. Yeah, look, I'm already getting... Alright, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it could very easily work out and look okay. We shall find out. Let's see, you should be that same color. Construction components. Why? All the blocks, I do not have them in my inventory. What good are the blocks if I don't have them? Let's see, we need to do spotlight up here too. Might as well put that in. Spotlight. Spot. Did I line... Which way did I line the grills? Front and back of the hangar to the front and the back of the hangar. Gotcha. Like, even out here it was giving me a greenish glow there. Let's see, how are we on? Okay, power is good. Did I put my helmet on? Yes, I did. It's a silly feral. Okay, so the first spotlight I set down to 0.5, 0.5, and 50. So let's match with you. Okay, so I can turn both of you off. And I did more lighting and left that in shambles, of course. Go away. Max. And I think I made that one 0.75 if I remember right. We'll see what it looks like. Okay, I mean, right there you can definitely still see a green glow to everything from out here. If I back off a little bit, it dies. Wow, you really gotta back off that thing to get the glow to go away. I'm halfway across the hangar and I can still kind of see it right at the edge here. I may have to put in something to work with that. Vertiglass. Well, let's try the doors. Let's see how that looks. I mean, that kind of fits with the... Because I could do window and run a 1x2. Let's see what that looks like. Have to somehow... No, I can't do that because the light's there. Are you even... Nope, that's closed. I actually close it while I'm here. Okay, well this is a mod that never updated after the glass texture got updated, I believe. Because the fact that I can see through both sides, even though it said it was the dark door, that'd be broken. So I guess we're going to go back to plan B, which is take our pane of glass and hope that this offsets it a little bit. Well, the problem is I want that level of power. I mean, it's not unlimited power, but it's close. And that's still there. Well, let me put it this way. If I go over... From a distance, you can't tell. It's only when you really start to get close to where the reactor is and that it's within eyesight, that's going to do it. Like right here, I don't see it. If I go out to here, I'm starting to pick up a little bit of it. And now I'm close enough the game is saying, yeah, it's going to completely overrule my vision here. Either way, I will just go ahead and do what I can with it. I mean, I can put another layer of glass on top. I just go for a 3x3. Actually, not that 3x3. Go for the one that lets me pick which one I want. That's not that. That's the right one, I believe. I hope. I'm hoping this is the right. Yeah, there we go. That's got the dark flow around. Wow, look at that. Just the change of doing that certainly helped it. So let's keep enclosing this thing, I guess. And what I'll do is just use the... I'm just going to go straight for dark at that point. Maybe I can kind of have it offset with dark blocks here instead of... No. You're not in the right spot. If we completely enclose the reactor, maybe it will just kind of correct itself almost. Corner. What do we got? Tell me you'll tamp it down. Wow. Nope, that just does not want to calm this down at all. It says, no effects forgiven. But yeah, I mean, at least I can stick it behind that and it doesn't look quite so bad. I just need to finish the wall here. And what I can even do, try to minimize it. Oh, that's right now, because you're gonna... I guess this is actually gonna kind of accentuate it, if anything. I don't mind a little bit of kind of accentuated lighting in here. Around the top, at least, because it's going to not be sticking out like a sore thumb in the middle of the room, you know? Aren't you glad that Space Engineers does not have ray tracing? No, if it had ray tracing, none of this would be a problem. If it had ray tracing, proper ray tracing would be saying half this color should be bleeding out. I should be getting an effect on the grill work on the ground here from it. It shouldn't be bleeding anything for green light into this area particularly. It definitely has some ways to go with improvement, but I mean, at least this is all kind of hidden blocks, and I shouldn't need any more of these reactors anyways. This should set me up. I mean, let's be honest, this, for everything it's going to do for kind of the look, this will still work at least. How we doing there? That's... Alright, that's good enough. Let's grab our final items that are outside of the base here. Time has finally come to tear them down. So that reactor is now offline, and I'm going to lose the battery parts, but that is what it is. So there you go. That's not bad. Yeah, got out in the sunlight and everything there. Yeah. Okay, I'm liking that, so now I need to recreate that stuff on this side with the... Oh. Correction! Now I need to stop what I'm doing. I mean, look at that. Even the green glow off of that is halfway across the hangar. Game, why? Why must you do this? No. I can live with it. Back to green. I mean, in all honesty, if I just turn on my light, that will fix about 90% of it, so... There we go. Let's get the rest of you guys down. Would really like to actually figure out how I'm going to cap this off by the end of the episode, but actually, technically, the end of the episode is actually now. Don't worry, I'm going to finish off what I'm working on here. I have no respect for the 4-hour mark, especially considering that I technically started, like, well, actually, it's 4 hours, 16 minutes according to the timer from when I started recording for that. But no, definitely going to finish this up properly. I do not want this sitting out here the whole time waiting for me to finish off because I want to get a nice screenshot from within this room with a mostly finished floor, at least. You know, not much else, but the floor will be in good photogenic shape. And this is where 2 bobs are now going to be more handier than 1. Interior plate. No, say it ain't so. Have any that has been made up? A little bit. Okay. I suspect I am potentially outstripping the ability for my production to keep up with me right now. At the very least, the bobs are having a field day. Catwalk, UOH. I think I just went with the basic black there. And you're going to also need interior plate, so I'm going to run out again here momentarily. Yep. Yes, Bob, I'm sniping your supplies from you. Live with it. I own this base. You may have built it, but I own it. Do what I want. Okay, that gets me this last block. One short. One short! Come on, game. Give me some more, please. You know you're just gonna need tons of this stuff to build the rest of it, right? You can spot me that much. Ooh, I like that. I'm getting a kind of the blue look off of the lake here. Look at that. Can't even notice the green over there now. Just a slight haze of green in that corner. If this is not screaming launch tube to you right now. And absolutely good call there, Strith. I do need to replace the blocks that were here. Especially because there is some sunlight that is able to actually glean through them. Unknown signal. Oh, sorry. Can't do anything about you. I gotta finish this up. There we go. That will seal that off nicely. Maybe I need a block. Not a full block. A half slope. Yeah, I should kind of finish that off and stay out of the way. Oh, yes. Miraki. Plenty of power. We've got that. I'll worry about the column here. Probably take care of that real quick off camera or something. Because yeah, I definitely do need to wrap this up. So, let's find a good spot. And turn off Mr. Crosshairs. I'm going to get a couple screenshots here. Just of where all the progress is currently. Let's see if I can catch it before it does some welding here. Kind of like the... how am I going to do this without getting too green? There we go. Probably looks a bit better from that angle. Good, caught that mid-weld. Yeah, I do kind of lose this little architectural detail I've put in there inside of that, but it'll show a little better, and then once I get the ceiling in as well, I don't have anything sitting right there. That will definitely help it out quite a bit. I get a shot. Looks a little odd that way, but so be it. Do you get utility access way underneath the catwalks down the middle? Oh yeah. I could. The problem is they have to be located one block under where the catwalks are right now, like down at that area right here, because the catwalks are counting as a full block. And then the next problem after that is then if I want to light them up, which I would really love to do, because this kind of look really looks good when you've got an lighting grid underneath it. That's going to be a bit trickier. Now, I might leverage a spotlight trick that I've used on the other world, on that old world of mine, where I shine a spotlight down the whole range, but it doesn't work out very well because for a long range like this, because the light eventually does break out of the grid, and then it just kind of looks horrible when it hits the other end. So, yeah, I'm still debating my options here. But I definitely would like to actually light this properly. In the meantime, I mean, I'm getting the green glow off of that, but it kind of works. I'm going to have to come back through and finish off the blocks down there as well, because they still need to be put in. Lighting as well underneath it, because as I recall, I did have lighting directly underneath some of these spots down here to better light things up. So plenty of work to do, and well, I don't know. Next time, I'm gonna kind of leave my options open. I might, oh, solar towers. I think I can come up with something a little more interesting, and that will take advantage of kind of the hillside that I've got here. Because I would really love to see, well, let's just say I've got an idea, and we'll see how well that pans out. Anyways, guys, I have been Feral, and I just want to say thanks for watching. Just as a reminder, if you have been following the PvP series, that is tomorrow night. I will unfortunately not be there. Mr. Entity will be taking over the reins of the red team in my absence and keeping them on track and in form. Hoping either he or someone else on the red team will be able to actually provide a POV. I haven't had a chance to actually look at any of the Discord stuff going on right now to see if anyone stepped forward for it. Wednesday, I may or may not do some more Forza Horizon 4 over on Twitch. I'm kind of keeping it over there while I feel out just how well it's going to work, because let's be honest, I'm a crappy driver in that game. Holy crap, am I a crappy driver in that game. And yeah, it's not something I really necessarily know I want to have sticking around like it would on YouTube. We'll see how that turns out. Maybe I'll eventually get to a point where I feel comfortable working with it and turn it into a YouTube stream or series. We'll find out, but that's usually potentially on Twitch Wednesday. It's really going to depend on a lot on my schedule and how things are working out this week, because like I said, unfortunately I am on call, so that's going to be cutting potential streams short if anything does happen. Friday night is PvP again, and I should be in and around for that one. And then Saturday, Uncooperative Survival over on Waste Space channel, and kind of catching up on that. I have a frisky new fighter. If you missed last week, you may want to go ahead and pop on my POV over there. I have also a short video of some flight testing I did after the stream with that particular fighter, the Cossack, which replaced the old Thug. And there's another video I want to put together, a compilation of the fighting, because it was about, well, let's just say the Thug, I was probably to call it Thug, but the Cossack's maiden voyage, maiden fight basically, wound up turning into more or less a 20-minute dogfight out with the AI, and definitely was a very good way of proving out the design as being quite solid. So if you haven't checked out, definitely do. It's well, I will have the compilation up shortly, hopefully, maybe at least before the end of the week. But the flight test video is out, and you can take a look at that and see some of the stuff I've done. Anyways, thanks guys for watching. I will catch you in the next stream, and thanks for watching. Remember, go ahead and hit that like button if you are so inclined. If you're not inclined and you want to register your negative opinion, you are certainly welcome to do so. However, I do ask that you do also, if you hit the dislike button, hit me up in the comments. Let me know what I can do to improve, because, well, just like everything else in Space Engineers, the only way you can improve is to learn. I'll catch you guys in the next stream. Thanks for watching. Bye.